Shalom, 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 family. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Ashar Kadash Yirach, or Ashar Kadash, the short version. All praise to the Most High Mashiach Yahushai. Shalakia. All praise to the Most High Mashiach Yahushai. Ashar Kadash Yirach. Ashar Kadash. Happy new brew moon, 8th month. Happy new brew moon, 8th month. Giving all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High, the Mashiach Yahushai. Shalom, family. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Hit the like button, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. Ephraim Ban Yashala, Shalom, King, Kwame Yashala. Who's in the building? Hit the like button, subscribe, share, so we can get edified and get this word, so we can get out of here. All praises to the Most High, Mashiach Yahushai, Kwame Yashala. Shalom, family. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Who's in the building tonight? I see Ephraim Ban Yashala. Hold on, y'all. This smoke is a little bit too much in my face from the incense. Don't want it to trigger me. Salakia. All right, let me move that over a little bit. Okay, let it go in that direction. All right, y'all. Shalom. Malachi Banya Sha'ala is in the building. Shalom, family. Shalom, Intuitive Specs. Shalom. All right, so Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakathum to the Akim. Yahweh Shem Yahushua Shemar Thun to the Aquafium or the sisters. Shalom. Brother Trav in the building. Shalom. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Right? 8th month bull, Khan. Ashar Yirach Kadash, Ashar Kadash Yirach, Ashar Kadash. Different variations of the Hebrew. So shalom, everybody. Pray everyone is well. Pray everyone is in the spirit. And pray everyone is having a blessed new moon tonight. Salaki, I was a few minutes late. Man, it was a long day. I didn't think it was going to take me this long to prepare. It was a long day. I kind of actually went into sundown. Had to ask the Most High for mercy because it was a busy day. Long day. But I finally got it together. I set it for 11 p.m. Y'all know, Salakia, sometimes I go live late because I don't want to clash with the other lives that might be on at prime time. You know, that 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock, maybe even 6:30 when the sun goes down. So usually I go live later at night. Salakia, some of y'all don't get to catch it. But, you know, you can always catch the replay. All right, but shalom to those of y'all that's on. Salakia, I were a few minutes late. I set it for 11 p.m. Eastern time, but I was a few minutes late getting prepared. So shalom, everybody. Of course, first and foremost, again, giving all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High, the Mashiach Yahushai, whom the world ignorantly calls God and Jesus Christ. Shalom to the brothers, shalom to the sisters, shalom to the nation, shalom to everyone. Ashar Kadash Yirach again, or Ashar Kadash, which means happy new moon, 8th month, and another month closer to salvation. All praises, hallelujah. Shalom, Sister Yolanda. And everyone, some of you may or may not know, but the Most High took one of our brothers of H.O.I, Brother Shemaiah Banyamyan. May he rest in power. May we see him on the chariots or in the kingdom, or hopefully get spiritual power to bring him back. So keep H.O.I in prayer. Most High decided to take one of our brothers home. Brother's going to be missed, but, you know, to the Most High be the glory, HaMashiach Yahushai. Sometimes the Most High takes us out of this kingdom, you know, to give us rest until his kingdom. Because this kingdom is so wicked and damn stressful as hell. So keep H.O.I in prayer. I need y'all to hit them likes, y'all. Hit them likes, y'all. Come on, let the viewers match the likes. Hit them likes, y'all. Come on, y'all. It takes nothing. Just a press of the finger. Hit the like button, y'all. But anyway, so keep H.O.I in prayer. It's a rough time for us, but it's a time of rejoicing. All right. Gain and loss are one and the same, depending on how you look at it. All right. So all praises to the Most High, Mashiach Yahushai. Kwame Yashala, we still got next. Hallelujah. Brother Xavier, I've been speaking Hebrew since I've been on here. You must be just came on. But I've been saying the name of the Lord and his son in Hebrew. I've been giving greetings in Hebrew. So you must be just coming on. You might be a day late and $1 short. Shalom or shalom. That's Hebrew for peace. All right. Or peace be unto you, or greeting, formal or informal. All right. However you, whatever dynamic you want to go into the word shalom in. But anyway, right. All right. All praise to the Most High and the Mashiach Yahushai. Let's start blocking some people early. They're already coming on here disrespectful. So let's start blocking some people early. Slade Ember, shalom, shalom, shalom. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. Let the likes match the viewers. Let the likes match the viewers. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. All right. So anyway, shalom family. So all praise to the Most High, Mashiach Yahushai. Tonight's topic before we get into the new moon, close out with the new moon scriptures, I want to hit a topic real quick that's, you know, kind of been going around in Israel. Shalom, Eleazar, Bakar. Kind of a topic that's been going on around Israel has been coming up lately. Well, it's kind of like various topics all in one. But what I want to get into is, y'all see the title of it, Knowledge Shall Be Increased. Knowledge shall be increased, Daniel 12:4. But what I want to bring out is more so like a cautionary lesson to Israel. Knowledge is going to be increased, but don't let it increase to false doctrine. Now that title was too damn long, so I cut it down. That's why I put knowledge shall be increased with question marks. Knowledge shall be increased, but let the knowledge increase to edification, good studying, and just bringing out, you know, more aspects of the word. If any particular doctrine or teachings have to be changed and more information and more understanding of scripture is given, then that has to be seen through the spirit by everyone. Not your own personal agenda because you want to change doctrine, but through the spirit of the Most High, Yahushai, giving us more wisdom on a particular subject. If everybody understand what I mean, give me a con 777. Because what I'm seeing now, and this might be a separate lesson. I was thinking about even a separate lesson to address another specific topic, but going along with this topic, there seems to be a wave to change the doctrine, change the camp doctrine, the One West doctrine, the whatever you want to call it. It just seems like everyone is coming with, not everyone, but, oh, we've been taught wrong, or a lot of the camps is breaking this down wrong, and this is wrong, and that's wrong. It's this spirit of everything is wrong, and we got to be careful with that. Now, is that a spirit to try to correct certain doctrines that was false? And it doesn't necessarily mean a doctrine is false. It just means the brothers broke it down with what they understood it to mean at that time. One man plant, another man water, but the Most High bring the increase? Or is it an agenda by certain covetous, jealous, envious, competitive men, or the newer generation coming up? And that's not to knock the newer generation and my younger brothers that are sincere. We love y'all. Y'all keeping the torch going from the elders. But is it an agenda to push the One West brothers out of the way, to push the elders out of the way, to push the camps out of the way, to push the certain doctrine out of the way? Because you want it to seem mystical. You can get your bird ass up out of here. I'm gonna block you. Don't come up here saying stupid, disrespectful stuff when we talking about something serious. So, Mr. Cool, your bird ass is gonna get blocked early. Get your bird ass up out of here. All right. Now, I don't like when the people have to get me like that, but sometimes you got to go Brooklyn on these clowns. But anyway, back to our regular scheduled programming. Now, back to a prestige Israelite Hebrew teacher. Now, no folly. But clowns and birds will be blocked and sent on their way. But anyway, knowledge shall be increased, but don't let it increase unto false doctrine. All right, let it increase unto more godly edifying, or more edifying through the spirit and power of Yahweh Ba'ashem Mashiach Yahushai, which we understand to be the ancient Paleo Hebrew tongue. Let it increase unto more godly edifying. So that's what I'm going to touch on tonight. Everybody give me a con 777 if they understand. All right. Now, again, I may touch on a separate topic on this, a separate class or lesson. Is there a movement to change or push out One West doctrine? Or is it sincerity and truth that the Spirit is just bringing out more wisdom or things to be taught more properly? Okay? But tonight, we're going to touch on knowledge shall be increased, but not unto false doctrine. And happy new moon, 8th month. So we're going to get into it. Salakia, y'all. Y'all know Elder can be a little long-winded with the introduction, but I want everybody to be clear on where I'm coming from. Give me a con 777 again, and we can get down to business. So we're going to start with Daniel chapter 12 and verse 1. Let's go to Daniel chapter 12, verse 1. Because we love our nation. We love our brothers and sisters. If the Spirit is sincerely showing you something, right. If the Spirit is sincerely showing a brother, or maybe even a sister, the most I could use a woman, to bring more edifying on a particular topic and subject, then that's fine. But if you certain men crept in unawares, we're going to get into a little bit of all that later. If you got an agenda, if you want to push a doctrine, if you like white women and you want to make them Israelites now, right? If you like sensationalist doctrine, if you have an agenda behind your teachings, then that's the wrong spirit to be in. All right? It has to be, everything has to be what spirit you're coming in and what's your agenda. So Daniel 12 and 1. All right? And it reads, at that time shall Michael stand up, the archangel of war. All right? Micah Allah, he is like the Most High. Right? All right? The great prince, the great Salakia, the great prince, which standeth for the children of thy people. So when Michael and the other archangels and Yahushai come, Salakia, I had to block somebody. So when Michael and Yahushua, Michael, the righteous angels, stand up, they're going to stand up for the children of Israel. That's what it says, thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at thy time, thy people shall be delivered. Everyone that shall be found written in the book, meaning all the Israelites, the 1/3 that the Most High chose to deliver, they're going to be delivered at that time. Verse 2, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. This is going into resurrection, physical resurrection from the grave, and spiritual resurrection from our people not understanding who they are as Israelites. All right, but when Yahweh shall return, it tells you in 1 Thessalonians 4:13 through 18 that many people that sleep, meaning sleep is a euphemism for death. All right, it's a nicer way of saying death, right? But a lot of our people are going to be resurrected that died in Yahushua. That's why, like us, we just had a death in our camp, but we know and understand according to scripture, see you when I get there, brother. Or we know the power of the Most High, spiritual power can resurrect our brothers and sisters in these last days. Or they will make it on the chariots when Yahushua come, or better yet, we'll see them in the kingdom. All right, so that's why I did a lesson Saturday. Death is not the final frontier. And those that were on that lesson, you can add this precept to it. Daniel 12:2. Verse 3, and they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, meaning the teachers. The men that the Lord raised up in the last days to give the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to, they're going to shine like the firmament, like the brightness of the firmament. Remember, Ecclesiastes 8:1 tells you a man's wisdom causeth his face to shine. Y'all can link that up. We don't have to get every precept for the sake of time, but Daniel 12:3 can link with Ecclesiastes 8:1. A man's wisdom causes his face or his countenance to shine. All right? Like Yahushua said, wisdom is justified of her children. Meaning wisdom shows forth through those that have it. All right? Middle of verse 3. And they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. Meaning those of the elect that are set up by the Most High to teach this gospel, the apostles, prophets, teachers, whatever role or label the Most High bestow upon us, or you personally, all right? All right, Alexander Miller, I'm not sure why you posted that script. But anyway, it is what it is. All right, I guess there's a precept to go along with what we're saying. Shalom, Mak. So reading on, it says, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. Remember, the Lord said in Zephaniah and in Isaiah, my servants shall be exalted and extolled and very high. Meaning the men that the Lord choose to teach this gospel in the last days, they're going to shine. They're going to be risen up and they're going to shine. All right, that's what it's talking about. All right, so the knowledge is going to increase and the word is going to go out, but you cannot go off into doctrine. You can't say, I've been going so deep and studying this and now you're coming up with doctrines. Because a lot of brothers do that so they can outshine other brothers. If the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. But a lot of times it's a spirit behind that. We're not saying doctrine will not increase in these last days, but it's got to be the right spirit behind it. All right. It says, but thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Because what? As we come into the last days and the end, the knowledge is going to start to come out. The mysteries are going to be revealed. The reason why Daniel said it's sealed because it's not meant for everybody to understand. Shalom, SOT in the building. It's not meant for everybody to understand. But as we come into the end time, yes, the deep mysteries of the scriptures are going to start to be revealed to the elect, to the chosen men that the Most High have on the earth to teach this knowledge. But it's got to be according to wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. It can't be your doctrine. You can't be trying to outshine brothers or overshadow brothers, or I'm going to be the main teacher in Israel. Everybody going to learn from me. Or my camp got all the breakdowns. We got the 100% truth. No, you can't get proud because the Most High will humble you. The Most High will start letting you teach perverse and bugged out and wild things. And even the people will be like, this guy's out of his mind. What is he talking about? So you got to stay humble with it. So knowledge shall be increased, but let it not increase into false doctrine. All right. So reading on, it says, even to the time of the end, many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. So yes, we in that time. Even knowledge by way of technology. You got AI and all this stuff. You can type in any subject on a Google search and AI will give you an answer for it. So knowledge is increasing, and biblical knowledge. That's what Daniel is mainly talking about. Biblical knowledge of the scriptures and who we are as a people. Yes, that's going to increase. Knowledge shall increase, but don't let it increase unto false doctrine. Like I said, don't be trying to go and outdo brothers or going into wild understandings and things that you want to teach because of your lust and because of what you want to believe in, and is not sound is not sound doctrine and wisdom according to the scriptures that makes sense and we understand. Because we're going to have differences in these last days. That's yeah, child of Yahuwah. Yeah, humility. And even if you feel like the Spirit is using you to bring out some kind of deeper understanding or revelation, stay humble with it. And if people don't see it at the time, don't like a lot of y'all, everything is a camp this, a camp that. You one West this, you one West that. If I don't want to see that Esau is the white man is Japhet, that don't mean, oh, you just a proud one West camp guy with an agenda. No, it's just I don't agree with it, brother. Why can't a brother from a camp, a so-called camp, why can't we just genuinely say, no, we're going to stick with the original teachings of what we understand? That has nothing to do with pride or an agenda. If a brother is sincerely saying, no, I don't see that, I don't agree with that. But a lot of you want to force and trouble and push your doctrine and get upset and emotional when brothers don't want to agree with you. And I'm talking about insincerity. I'm not talking about a brother that deep down inside, he know what you're saying is right, but he just want to be proud and stubborn. No, I'm talking about a brother or sister that genuinely say, I still stick to the understanding that I see. I see your point. I see what you're bringing out. I understand it from the perspective that you see it, but I don't agree. You can't make me see what you see. So if you're going to increase in knowledge, don't increase into false doctrine. And don't push your doctrine on somebody if they simply say they don't agree with it. All right? So let's get that, matter of fact. Let's go to 2 Timothy chapter 4, where Paul spoke about that. Let's go to 2 Timothy 4. Because, see, a lot of y'all, you claim the Spirit is showing you some new doctrine, or see, more understanding came out on that. And no, that's your own lust, just wanting to teach what you want to teach. And you want everybody to see it because you want a pat on the back. Because what? We're still, that's why James said, from whence come wars and fightings among you? Do they not come from your carnal lust? I'm paraphrasing. Because a lot of you still lust for power. You want to be the HNIC. We still got that curse amongst us. That spirit of competition, jealousy, wanting to outdo each other. Right? So, I change the title later. If it's misspelled, maybe I was rushing. I change the title later. All right. But anyway, a lot of you wanna, you know what I'm saying? You wanna say, hey, the Spirit showed me something, and I'm bringing this out in the Spirit. I'm bringing this out in the Spirit. No, you bringing that out through your own lesson. What the hell you want to teach, man? That's all that is. And you want everybody to pat you on the back like the Most High dealing with him on such a high level. All right? But no. Right? No, you have to stay humble and say, the Most High showed me something. I'm a teach. The best thing to do is just, if the Spirit show you something, teach a lesson on it and put it out there. Hey, y'all see it, y'all don't, y'all don't. You don't have to have 10,000 debates about the same topic. I'm going to prove that I'm right. No, leave it up to the Most High. So let knowledge increase, but not increase unto false doctrine. All right. 2 Timothy 4 and 1. All right. 2 Timothy 4 and 1. It said, now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. All right. And you had that, man. You have a lot of brothers that went off and became damn near Christian Israelites. The Lord's done away with. We can eat pork now. If my son bring home a white woman, he can marry her. I'm going to love her. That's my daughter-in-law. Yeah, we've had that happen. Ain't nothing new under the sun. So if you're going to increase in knowledge, don't let it increase unto false doctrine and doctrines of devils and being seduced by doctrines of devils. All right, so reading on, it says, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their, Salakia, having their conscience sealed with a hot iron. Yeah, because a lot of our people, you know what you do? You go into doctrines, you go into all types of understandings, and it gets seared in your mind. Some of you, the doctrine and the false teachings is like a damn implant in your brain. Nobody could tell you nothing. You're stubborn and hard-headed with it. All right, so that's not what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to, according to the scriptures, all right, according to the scriptures, we're supposed to have wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Most High's word and deal with it accordingly. That's what we're supposed to do. All right. No, that was first Timothy's. Let me go. That's true also, but yeah, I went 2 Timothy's 4. But I'm talking about any doctrine that's false outside we need to talk about your lack of proper timeline. I don't know what proper timeline you're talking about. Incorrect custom interpretation and spelling. I'm talking about any doctrine false, contrary to the sound doctrine that we teach. All right. Like I said, if something is misspelled in the title, I could change the title after the lesson. I probably was rushing. All right. For example, Esau is not the white man. All right. Japheth is the white man. Esau is not the white man. That's one example. All right. Which we see that to be false. All right. So that's one example for you. All right. But anyway, 2 Timothy's 4:1, Salakia. It said, I charge thee therefore before Yahweh and the Lord Hamashiach Yahushai, who shall judge the quick and the dead at his appearing and his kingdom. Preach the word, be instant in season, out of season. And that's another thing. A lot of y'all got to concentrate on doing this work. A lot of times, Israel, y'all concentrate more on competition. It's the same niggerish spirit, same gang mentality, same I want to be better than the next black or Hispanic or Native American man. It's the same thing. Instead of humbling yourself and saying, listen, come, let us reason together to try to come to that one understanding. And if I'm right and you're wrong, the Spirit will show you down the line. I presented my wisdom. I'm going to leave it like that, brother. And, maybe the Spirit show you. Even if you feel you right and a brother is wrong, be humble about it. That's all I'm saying. Just be humble. Humble yourself down because you could be wrong. You could be coming up with a different strange doctrine in your pride, trying to outdo another brother. All right, or trying to be the premier guy of wisdom in Israel. All right, anyway, let's read on. It says, rebuke, reprove, rebuke, exhort with all long suffering and doctrine. And we supposed to exhort. No, Myriad, I'm not saying Esau is black. Esau is the so-called white man or the red man. So-called white. But he's right. He's actually red. That's what I'm saying. All right. And if you have questions or want to comment on something, just wait till let me get through the lesson. All right. We don't need you to run amok up here. Just stay where we at, brother. Right. Or sister, whoever you are. All right. Let's read on. It says, exhort with all long suffering and doctrine. Exhort means to encourage with all long suffering and doctrine. So yes, let's encourage each other. Not try to come with your wild doctrine and force it on a brother. Hey, brother, I know what I'm bringing out in the spirit is right. Hopefully you'll see it soon. It's all about humility. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. Salakia, reading on. 2 Timothy 4:3. Salakia, y'all. For the time will come where they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears. All right, and a lot of y'all do that. You know what a lot of y'all do? Y'all hear a doctrine. It sounds good to y'all, and y'all just run with it. All right, you heap to yourself teachers having itching ears. Some of y'all don't even check out what's being brought out. You could tell y'all don't be check out what's being brought out. Because when you come and ask certain of you brothers and sisters, or you try to discuss the doctrine, you can't even talk about the doctrine that you're running with. You can't even talk about, the doctrine that you running with. So the bottom line is, when these new doctrines come up or new understanding come up, check it out. See what the brother's bringing out. All right, look into it. All right, don't just grunt with it because it sounds good. Or when it says itching ears, a lot of times what happens is, let's say if a brother want to deal with a white woman. All right, he'll go in the scriptures to find some kind of way to justify dealing with so-called white women. Let's say if a brother, one time, a brother brought out the Sabbath is only Saturday during the day. Because what the brother wanted to do, he wanted to do his thing on Friday nights. So he came up with all these different wild scriptures, and brothers like, that's not talking about that, brother. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? The Sabbath is sundown to sundown. All right, and we know there's a debate about the lunar or Friday, Saturday, sundown, the Saturday, sundown Sabbath. That's an ongoing debate. Look, after a while, hey, brothers don't see it, I'm going to teach what I'm going to teach. When the debate happened between BOW and Genesis, shout out to my brothers from BOW, Believers of the Way, and Genesis, all right? Shout out to, both of my camps, man. I got love for both sides of the brothers. I simply made a comment and said, well, I'm not being biased, but according to the debate, I believe BOW won, which they traditionally deal with Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. And there was a brother that just trolled my comment board. I mean, you could tell through the brother's comments he was emotional. Come on, brother. The lunar Sabbath. The brother kept going on and on. I said, brother, all I said was, even if I believed in the lunar Sabbath, I just simply said the brothers won the debate. I'm not being biased, but I said they won the debate. A million other people might see it differently. Even brothers that believe in Friday sundown to Saturday sundown Sabbath, they might have said, no, it was a debate. I don't even agree with the lunar Sabbath, but in the debate, this one won, that one lost. So a lot of you're emotional about doctrine to the point you get emotional with brothers about seeing your doctrine. If anything, pray for brothers and say, he don't see it now, maybe Most High show it to him later. So let knowledge be increased, but not to false doctrine. Reading on, Salakia. It says, verse 3 again. For the time will come where they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears. You're going to listen to what you want to hear. Something you don't agree with. If you're a woman and you don't agree with polygyny, more likely than not, you're going to try to find a congregation that's against polygyny. But polygyny is lawful. It's not expedient. Paul said all things are lawful, but not expedient. A brother or sister doesn't necessarily have to engage in polygyny, but it is lawful. But more likely than not, you're going to find a congregation that say polygyny is unlawful. And they're going to get all these, they're going to go 3-4 hour lesson, taking you all around the world with their understanding. Because what? They want to bring in, see, the Spirit's showing us in these last days, it's not for now, it's for the kingdom. It was for back then, it's not for now, but it's for the kingdom. So what are you going to do? More likely than not, you're going to go to a congregation that teaches monogamy. All right, so that's what Paul mean about itching ears. All right, reading on verse 3. And they shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. Now, me personally, the so-called white man being Japhet, that's a fable. And that's no disrespect to any brother or sister that believe that, but to me, that's a fable. To me, it's clear that Esau is the so-called white man. So a lot of you are turned unto fables, and you turned away from the truth. I'm just using some of the major examples and arguments in Israel. All right, reading on. It says, but watch thou in all things, endure afflictions, do the work of an evangelist, make full proof of thy ministry. So it said, watch in all things, be circumspect. A lot of times when I hear a brother, or I hear certain things, I'm like, nah, that's a doctrine. Because I'm watching, I'm paying attention. I'm like, nah. And then a brother might say, well, let me just bring, nah, brother, certain things, I'm good, brother. I'm solid in my understanding. Oh, see, you just don't want to debate it because you can't argue a point. Nah, brother, it's a waste of my time. I got motion. I got things to do. I don't need to see your PowerPoint on Esau's not the white man. I just don't need. All right, I just don't need. Marty, you can get up out of here if I'm caught up in semantics. Get your semantics ass out of here. All right, back to our regular scheduled programming. All right, now, reading on of 2 Timothy 4 and 5. But watch thou in all things, endure afflictions, do the work of an evangelist, make full proof of thy ministry. Verse 6, for I am now ready to be offered, and the time of my departure is at hand. I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. And that's all we can do in these last days. That's all we can do in these last days, man. All we can do is fight our good fight of faith and teach what you still understand and know to be sound doctrine. Now, if you're wrong, may the Most High have mercy. If the Spirit is showing it to another brother and he don't see it right now, pray for the brother to get the understanding. Just produce your cause, produce your work, and then let brothers and sisters examine it for themselves. All right? So let's continue on. It says, henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness, which Yahweh the righteous judge shall give me at that day, and not to me only, but unto all them also that love his appearing. So all we can do is endure. And if a brother, sister know, if you know in your mind and understand that, look, I'm teaching the word to the best of my ability of how I understand it. May the Most High have mercy if I fall short or I get something wrong. If I see something in the spirit and I'm like, nah, the Spirit showing me I don't think that's sound doctrine, I'm going to endure and hold fast to what I understand already. May Yahweh shall have mercy if I'm wrong. And you can't go wrong in that. And you just keep enduring. And what do? We're going to get it later. Ecclesiastes 12. Let's mainly concentrate on the works. Not just the works of the law for the Christian-minded people, but serving the Most High, doing his commandments, teaching the word, doing the feast days, doing all the other commandments. So let's concentrate on that. But if knowledge is going to be increased, let it be increased unto edifying and sound doctrine, not to false doctrine and confusion. And we're going to remove the One West camps, remove the camp doctrine, remove it. It's just, you hear it all the time. It gets annoying. Everything is camp, camp, camp. One West, One West, One West. How come it just can't be the understanding that brothers have? That's it. All right, so let's go from there to 1 Corinthians 3. No, matter of fact, let's go to, let me get 1 Corinthians 8 and 1. All right, let's get these verses out of the way first. 1 Corinthians 8 and 1. All right, 1 Corinthians 8 and 1. All right. Everybody with me so far? Say con. All right. 1 Corinthians 8 and 4. Give me a con 777. All right. Now, as touching things offered unto idols, we know that we all have knowledge. So Paul was saying, look, we have knowledge. We know something offered to an idol has no power. You understand? But when you read further down, Paul was talking about those that are weak in the faith. So let's say this turkey was offered to an idol. All right, that idol has no power. That's just a false god. I can pray over that turkey and, it means nothing. But to a weaker Israelite, they might say, why are you going to eat that when that was offered to Zeus or offered to a false god? But Paul was saying we have knowledge that these gods, these idols are nothing. So he was going into that. But the main point is, he said, knowledge puffeth up, but charity edifieth. Right? What is charity? Right? Unconditional love. Not just an emotional love. Oh, I love my brother. I love my sister. I love Israel. But showing your love. Like H.O.I said, if a brother asks you to go a mile, go twain. All right? Showing real... okay. So like I had to block somebody else. Showing love without condition. Showing love in truth and spirit. All right? That's what charity is. But it said knowledge puffeth up. So now in these last days, maybe brothers are studying and the spirit is coming to them and they're getting certain revelation and things are coming to them and they're becoming puffed up. They're acting like they're better than other brothers, or they know more than other brothers, or the knowledge is only through them. Or, you know, they're studying and getting certain knowledge, but then they start to go into doctrines. All right, because they're going and now they're starting to find stuff that's not there. All right, you have to be careful with that also. So as we come into these last days and the knowledge increase, be sure that is increasing unto sound doctrine. All right, verse 2. And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing yet as he ought to know. Right? So Paul said, if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing yet as he ought to know. Because one thing you got to understand, any knowledge that you do have, it came from the Most High. It didn't come from something so magical or powerful that you did. And even let's say if you're of the elect, the Most High made you of the elect. You didn't make yourself of the elect. You're this grand teacher in Israel. All this wisdom is coming out to you. The Most High. You didn't do that of your own power. All right? The Most High gave you that wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. So understand that. So that's why Paul said, if you think you know something, you know nothing yet as you ought to know. All right, so let's go from there to 1 Corinthians 13 now. 1 Corinthians 13, and we're going to start at 1. 1 Corinthians 13, and let me see, 1. All right, 1 Corinthians 13 and 1. So this is all to keep us humble, all right? This is all humility, all right? Because, like I said, I'm seeing a lot of, you know, the energy. I was already thinking about this, but I saw like 3 or 4 examples of what I'm talking about today. You know, a brother just posted, yo, we've been taught the wrong way. I told a brother, give me a few examples. But then a brother went live to explain what he was talking about. He was more so, not so much talking about doctrine, but the spirit of how a lot of us was taught in. And the brother was right about, you know, certain things. You know, we got to be taught. And I'm never going to say what we was never taught. What I will say is, what I will say. And coming up, even me being a so-called One West Israelite, all right, since everybody want to talk about One West this, One West that, camp this. If I said this once, I said this a million times. When I came up in One West, there were many brothers in the school that were humble in the spirit, sincere. They showed brotherhood. They showed love. They showed fruit to the spirit. They showed the attributes of H.O.I. They showed Matthew's father. I'm not going to sit here and say just every brother in One West was brute and all. No, it was a lot of, I came up under a lot of beautiful brothers in the spirit that I could see. And younger men in the trooper program alongside of me that were brothers, you know, brothers that had a righteous and I believe a sincere spirit on them. And I'm not capping. I'm not just taking up. Some of y'all are bitter. Even brothers that go back to One West, you so goddamn bitter. Everything was bad about the school, and that's a lie. I refuse to go with that narrative. And this is not to just take up for One West or take up for camps or whatever, but I refuse to go with that narrative. But on the flip side, like with everything, you had your good and your bad. And it wasn't so much the doctrine. I believe the brothers taught the doctrine to the best of their ability of what they understood at the time. Could have been some pride in there and just some inserting of what they wanted to in there. Yeah, of course. I'm not going to deny that. But for the most part, the foundation of the doctrine of what we was taught and learned, I believe the brothers were sincere. I'm not even going to debate whether they was right or wrong. I believe they were sincere in what they understood at the time and what they taught to us. I'll say that till the chariots come back. I don't give a damn who don't like it. And I don't give a damn what you want to say about One West camps, whatever, my so-called camp today, H.O.I, or any other camp out there. I'll stick to that till Yahweh come back and beyond into the kingdom. But could the Most High increase wisdom, knowledge, and understanding as we go along in the years? Yes, of course. But to just say it was just all bad, and a lot of you brothers that was back in the school, you just bitter, man. Everything was so bad. No, I remember a lot of beautiful brothers, man, that I met personally, that I talked to. Generals, captains, officers, soldiers, troopers, even some of the leadership and eldership. At least I didn't have certain bad experiences with them. And when they talked to me, I believed that they were sincere. So stop this narrative of, and then now, oh, everything One West taught is just off. That's a damn lie. Shout out to Brother Eliel. Brother Eliel, Anointed House of Saints. That brother put up a spiritual post today. He said, most of y'all that try to say that this doctrine is false or that, y'all don't do your own independent studying or go into it to see if it's still sound doctrine or to see it's wrong. You just run with the narrative. You heap to yourself teachers having itching ears. Any new doctrine sound good. Oh, yeah, see, the whole breakdown is wrong. That new, it's sensationalism a lot of times. All right, so let's read 1 Corinthians 13:1. It says, though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels and have not charity, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. You can speak with the tongues of angels and of men, right? Have all this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, eloquent with words, all right? Able to speak in different tongues, languages, powerful, but you have not charity. You don't have sincere and genuine love. And that's not talking about, oh, a brother, here, you needed $50. Charity is any righteous deed that you do towards your fellow brothers and sisters in sincerity and truth, unconditionally. The Greek word, I believe, is agape. All right. It's that love that's done sincerely. It's that love that you show truthfully in the spirit. Yahushua broke it all down in Matthew 5 and other examples he gave us. Yahushua said when a brother was sick and you visited him, when he was in prison and you visited him, when he was hungry and you gave him food, he was thirsty, you gave him drink, when he was cold and you gave him a coat, if you did it unto him, you have done it unto me. So that's another thing with Israel. A lot of y'all got all this knowledge, but don't even know how to treat the brother sitting next to you. Don't even know how to treat the sister sitting there. You're so in a tizzy to be the premier teacher and all the knowledge is with you. You forgot the knowledge, like Yahushua said, the weightier matters of the law. You forgot how to treat your fellow brother. And that's what the brother was going into on his live today. He was like, you know, a lot of we've been taught a lot of anger and different things. Not all, but to a degree, the brother was correct. But some of us were taught how to love each other and be in the spirit. There were examples of that from One West and all throughout my walk in the truth. I will stick to that till Yahweh shall come back. All right, baby Bubba, you can get up out of here. Baby bubbling brown sugar from What's Happening. Nah, no folly. Right? So let's read on. 1 Corinthians 13:2. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not charity, I am nothing. So you can have all the other things in the spirit, but you have a poor relationship with fellow brothers and sisters. Every time I turn around, there's drama. You talking about somebody. You in some confusion. You downing other brothers and sisters. So you don't have the spirit. You missing the main part of the spirit. What did Yahweh say in St. Mark 12:31? He was quoting from the law in Leviticus 19. He said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. You're supposed to have that love towards your nation and your people. How to treat each other in righteousness according to the law. So all this revelation, right? Knowledge is increasing, this and that, but you're proud, you're arrogant. Right? You don't know to humble down. Brothers and sisters need help, or they need counseling, or different things of that nature. You just worried about the Spirit showing me all the right teachings in the last days. Right? So what spirit do you have behind the knowledge increasing? All right? Knowledge shall increase. I will correct the spelling when the video is over, y'all. No folly. I was rushing. Salakia. All right? But anyway, no folly. Verse 4. Verse 3, Salakia. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. You can have all the other good works. You can, I die for Yahweh. I die for this truth. You know, you give your body to be burned. I give my brother the coat off my back. But it got to be in a sincere spirit. And it's got to be true love for your nation. So Paul said you can have all that. But if you don't have that true love in the spirit of the Mashiach Yahweh, and if it's not a sincere spirit, a lot of times Israel do stuff for the outward appearance. They'll say, Kwam Yashala, yeah, I love Israel. And that'd be the first brothers and sisters to fall off. Shalom, brother, I'm in the spirit of Yahweh to the kingdom. See a sister 2 years later in tight jeans with a breast out because you wasn't sincere. All right, so be careful with that. Paul said, listen, you can have all that and still be missing the main ingredient. The main ingredient. That was a singing group. Back in the days, no folly. All right. Everybody plays the fool sometime. You could play the fool. You could be fooling yourself. You can have all them attributes, man. Right? Child of Yahuwah. Yep, no dedication, man. You wasn't dedicated. You did all that. And remember, people will remember your works. And they'll be like, damn, that brother was like that. How he fell off like that? Because that spirit wasn't really rooted in him. It wasn't a real love for this truth. It wasn't a real love for their nation. It wasn't a real love unconditionally. Like that Greek word for charity, agape. Right? It wasn't a love no matter what. Remember, the scriptures say, nothing shall separate us from the love of the Most High. When you read Romans 8. So you got to be rooted in this thing. You can have all them different good attributes, but you got to be rooted in real love for this truth, man. Real love for the Most High, the Mashiach Yahweh and your people. All right? So reading on, it says, charity suffereth long and is kind. These are the attributes of that true love. Long suffering. Isn't the Most High long suffering with us? It says it is kind. Right? Isn't the Most High kind with us? Right? People tell me that. So they say, Elder, man, you too nice sometimes. I say, yeah, I'm just making sure I'm kind. That's why people end up not liking me, because when I do, that other side come out of me, they be like, damn. Because they used to me being long-suffering, kind, gentle, you know, giving people the benefit of the doubt, giving them mercy. Yo, you know what? We're going to pray. You're going to get it right. But they still come back doing the same thing over and over. Then when that other side come out and you got to rebuke them or shut them down or sit them down or possibly tell them where they can go, they don't like that because they used to the long suffering, the kindness, whatever. Right? Because what? We want to make sure we in the fruits of the Spirit. We want to make sure we showing that charity. All right? So reading on, it says, envieth not. Charity don't have any envy. All right? Charity vaunteth not itself, right? It's not braggadocious. You're not puffed up. Even if you feel the wisdom is coming to you. Now, don't get me wrong. The scriptures do tell you about being confident, firm, strong, you know, solid in your teachings, not wavering. But there's still a balance. So when you have charity, you don't vaunt. It is not vaunted. It's not braggadocious. Vaunt means to brag. All right, everything. Yeah, I know I'm right and all of y'all are wrong. You know what I'm saying? We the only camp with the truth. Rest of y'all out there, y'all ain't got no knowledge. See that? And that's what's happening in these last days. Knowledge is increasing, but you can't let it increase to pride. You can't let it increase to false doctrine. You can't let it increase to trying to force the doctrine on another brother or sister. Let the Spirit bring it out and let them see it. Even if not now, when Yahweh shall return. All right, we're going to get into that a little bit as we read down. It says it's not puffed up. See that? And one of the synonyms for that word puffed up is proud. All right, humility. So let the knowledge increase, but not unto false doctrine. Verse 5, doeth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not of her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil. These are all the attributes of charity. Right? It says charity seeketh not its own. And that's what happens in these last days. I seen one brother, he made a couple of lives. And this is not to disparage the brother. I don't really know the brother. I don't have nothing against him. I just noticed. He keeps talking about how he keeps going into the Genesis room. Shout out to Deacon and Hassad. Brothers doing amazing work, man. All praise to the Most High, Yahweh Shai. But he keeps talking about how he going into their room, their live or whatever, and he keep trying to convince them that Esau, all right, he keep trying to convince them that Japhet is the white man. And he keep going back, and this like the second or third video I see the brother, listen, present your argument to the brothers, because now you start seeming like you obsessed with trying to convince them. And that's the thing about, even if you feel, I totally disagree with that, but I'll still stay humble about it. If you totally believe Japhet is the white man, maybe one time, better yet, I feel all the chiding back and forth. I feel, brothers, when you feel something is revealed to you, do a video on it, a report on it, and present it to those that are willing to look at it and let them decide for themselves. If they come back and say, brother, you right in the spirit, I see it. Now you've won them over to the new revelation that the Most High shows you, the knowledge is increasing. If they say, nah, brother, I see what you're bringing out, but I still don't agree with it. I'm going to stick to the understanding. I'm going to hold fast. All right, brother, I believe I'm right in the spirit. You know what? May the Most High show it to you in due time. That's it. All the back and forth and getting emotional and doing 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 lives, and the brothers just don't want to see that Japhet is the white man. So they don't see it, brother. Leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? You already went to the brothers with it. You discuss. They don't see it. And don't say it's a camp agenda or brothers just want to push a nap. No, brothers could genuinely say, brother, I don't see what you're bringing out. Right? It's an unhealthy attachment to the lies. But I don't know what context you're saying that in, brother. But listen, some people, brother, some people, right? I don't know if that's the context you're saying it in, but some people, it's not that they have an attachment to lies. They just don't see what you're bringing out. They genuinely, I know I've been there many times. I had an entire camp constantly attack me because I didn't see what they was bringing out. And these brothers went on a damn campaign to attack me for like 4 years straight because I didn't agree with two of their doctrines that they was bringing out. And I was vocal about it. All right. I see what you're saying, sister. Yeah. Okay, I see the context you're saying it in now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they so attached to their lies. You said it, sis. I said it the nice way. But you said it. They so attached to their lies and this so-called new revelation they got, they're obsessed with trying to push it on you. And you could be wrong. I'm saying it the nice way. The sister said they're attached to their lies, which if it's false, it is a lie. All right, so we got to understand that. Let me read on. All right, I may not get to all these precepts for the sake of time. You know, this can always be an ongoing topic, of course. All right, it says, verse 6, rejoice not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth. I'm going to hit you something. I seen brothers disrespect other brothers, threaten other brothers. Brothers have a disagreement and it gets carnal. You know what I'm saying? And the scriptures say right here, rejoice not in iniquity, man. The scriptures say all unrighteousness is sin. You threatening your brother because he don't see your doctrine. You disrespecting him. You calling him out of his name. You know, you start getting personal, talking about a man's family and all that. I've seen a little bit of all that with Israel. Israel can be brutal, man. But what? That's not the true spirit of charity. And a lot of that I've seen behind doctrine. And your new knowledge or your so-called increased knowledge, it's false and it's a lie. You're wrong. But you want to come after a brother and be all wild and disrespectful against that brother. Right? I'm reading on. It says, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Charity never faileth, but whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. Yeah, because certain false knowledge is going to vanish away. All right, it says, for we know in part and we prophesy in part. Yeah, some things we're going to be like, damn, yeah, we was wrong on that. We get that. But some things Yahweh going to come back and say, you were right, at least the foundation. You know what I'm saying? And some things Yahweh going to come back and say, no, your new revelation, your so-called Daniel's 12:4 increase of knowledge is wrong. You were not fulfilling Daniel's 12:4. You were heaping to yourself teachers having itching ears. You want to teach whatever you felt, whatever you was lusting after, whatever you want to see. It ain't had nothing to do with no, the spirit revealed it to me. Yeah, a lying spirit, because you want to teach your doctrine. And that's what happened. Whenever somebody is obsessive about convincing you of some kind of teaching, more likely than not, it's a doctrine. Because sound doctrine just gets taught. You see it, you don't, you don't. But when brothers trying to force you and they getting angry, they getting emotional. When I said BOW won the Lunar or Friday to Saturday debate, like I said, this brother just trolled my page. All right? They just trolled my page. I mean, he just trolled my, getting all emotional comment after comment. I said, brother, I don't even know you. Just relax, brother. Pray for me. If the lunar Sabbath is correct, just pray for me that the Most High show me. Because I don't puff my chest out and yeah, I'm right. And even if I feel a certain way about certain doctrines to a degree, keep it humble in the spirit. Because I don't know what you believe the spirit is showing you. All right. Right. Sometimes you can keep certain things to yourself until the Most High move you to bring it out in the spirit. Sometimes people may not be ready for it. Sometimes I keep certain things to myself just so people don't believe, oh, the elder trying to be proud and act like the spirit dealing with him on such a high level. On the flip side, I have people say to me, you should share those revelations. Because, you might share it with people you feel you could talk to in the spirit. Or you should share that. Nah, you know what? I'm going to keep that between me, the Most High, and a few people I shared it with. The few people that I felt can understand it and see it in the spirit. You know what I'm saying? Or sometimes Israel might think you bucked out. Or they might think you just try to reveal something so deep in the spirit. Sometimes they ain't going to believe you. It is what it is. See what I'm saying? Thank you, sister, child of Yahuwah. Right? So we can address that later. All right. John 3:16. What do you mean what I said about Yeshua? What are you talking about? Anyway, y'all, let's try to stick with what we're talking about at hand. But anyway, reading on. The Lord said we know in part and we prophesy in part. So if, right, if, yeah, Rowdy 1, when Yahweh comes back, he's going to put everything in order, right? He's going to put everything back in order when Yahweh makes his second coming. All right, it says, but now that which is perfect, Salakia, but when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. Meaning the things that, we might partially understand now, or the Most High just gave us the understanding he wants us to have for now, is going to be complete when Yahweh shall come back. The brother Rowdy, he made a good point. So don't worry about it. We know in part and we prophesy in part, right? Maybe right now we have the wisdom on certain things that's the Most High said that's enough for now. You don't need to know nothing else, right? Let us hear the conclusion of the matter. Fear the Most High and keep his commandments. All right, so that's what we got to understand. Verse 11. When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. And what's a form of childish things? When you trying to act like the Spirit is so dealing with you, and brothers are trying to say, oh man, it's just friendly competition, and we just having fun with it, with the word and everything, but it goes into pride after a while. It goes into ego, and it starts going off into other things. And certain time, not all the time, what I have seen come in Israel from what I used to see years ago, brothers have gotten a little bit more mature when they disagree. I will say that with debates and certain things, you still see a little name calling, a little slick talk, but for the most part, it has gotten a little bit more mature. All right, but let's keep that same level, even if you think the Spirit is revealing something to you that, may be a better understanding of the doctrine. And don't be, I'm going to reiterate, that Spirit, because we know what's behind that Spirit. All that stuff got to be done away with, and all that stuff was false. And pseudo, we got to teach that all over again. No. That's an agenda behind that. Like I said, for the most part, the foundation of this truth that was taught by the elders is still here today. From what we see in the Spirit, it's still here today. All right. Somebody says, SoCal rocks. Lashawan Quadash is wow. What do you mean Lashawan Quadash is wow? What do you mean Lashawan Quadash is wow? SoCal rocks. You disagree with the Lashawan Quadash? All right, because that could be a talking point to what I'm speaking about. Lashawan Quadash, SoCal Rock, you said Lashawan Quadash as well. Elaborate a little bit on that. Because I think I know where you're going, and that can be a talking point of what I'm speaking about. All right, I'm going to read on until you clarify your comment. 1 Corinthians 13 and 12. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even also as I am known. Meaning what? When Yahweh shall return, everything is going to be fully given to us. All right, we know in part. All right, we know in part, we prophesy in part, but when Yahweh shall return, everybody going to be on that one accord of that full understanding. Does that mean we don't iron sharpeneth iron in these last days? No. We can come together and reason according to Scripture, but let it be in sincerity and truth. Let it be, brothers, I think certain things was wrong. Let me present what I'm talking about. All right? That's the true spirit we got to be in. And if brothers don't see it, they don't see it. It is what it is. Now, some brothers are prideful, stubborn. They stuck in tradition. We understand all that. But if a brother sincerely say, yo, I don't see it, I'm going to hold fast, there's nothing you can say about that. Just leave it alone. Pray on it. May the Most High Yahweh shall open the brother's eyes if you feel in the spirit that the spirit is showing you something right according to your research. And it needs to be a deeper understanding. Reading on verse 13, 1 Corinthians 13:13. And now abideth faith, hope, charities, these three. But the greatest of these is charity. So let everything be done in sincere love for the Most High Yahweh Shah, the nation of Israel, your fellow brother and sister, and to eventually get the kingdom. All right, so that's what we fighting for. All right, but understand, Yahweh Kanan from 2003, Shalom. All right, but understand that's what we're fighting for. All right, we when you check it out, we have to understand everything is about keeping a spirit of humility. All right, everything is about keeping a spirit of humility. So when we keep in a spirit of humility, even if we understand knowledge shall be increased in these last days, let it be in a true spirit. Let it be in the true spirit of the Most High Mashiach Yahweh Shai. All right, that's all we're saying. All right. All right. If it's going to increase, don't increase the false doctrine. All right, so let's go from there to let me see what I want. I got a few here. Let's go to the book of Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 6:32. Let's go there. I'm still waiting on that Cal Rocks dude. But I don't want to misquote what he's trying to say about the Lashawan Kodash as well. But if he's saying what I think he's saying, I want to use that as a talking point. But he didn't comment again. All right. This is Ecclesiasticus 6:32. And another thing we have in Israel, sometimes you have the younger generation coming up and trying to outwit the older generation. Now, the scriptures say use the younger generation for the strength, all right, for their strength. The younger generation, a lot of times, they're going to come up on a certain level of wisdom and scholarship and be a more advanced. That's supposed to happen. As the generations go on, it's supposed to get better and better. That means the men before them did their job. But now don't get puffed up and proud and start saying, oh, I can outdo the elders now. Now I'm getting all this wisdom and knowledge and I can start teaching other things and the elders was wrong on that. Don't let it go to your head. Like the song says. All right, stay humble. And even if you say, hey, you come back. You come back and you say, wait a minute, elders, the Spirit reveals something to me on a higher level. But what? When you're dealing with the ages, that's what? One man plant, another man water, and the Most High bring the increase. All right, that's it. Stay humble with it. So because you have that now, you have an age war in Israel now. And that's in the world, that's in the truth. Right? You have the young versus the old versus the young. All right, even the elder men. The elder men can't come up with some new doctrine and say, you young brothers don't know what you're talking about. I'm the elder. The Spirit revealed it to me. This is how you break it down, brother. Now you're going the hell off. So it's a balance. It's all about a balance. Everybody got to play their part back to yours. All right. Ecclesiasticus Sirach 6:32. My son, if thou wilt, thou shalt be taught. And if thou wilt apply thy mind, thou shalt be prudent. Thou shalt be aware. All right, my son, if thou wilt, thou shalt be taught. Humble yourselves down. There was men and brothers that came before you. Some of y'all in the truth for 6 damn months and you want to start a new camp and talk about this how we going to break it down. And you're wrong. All right, reading on. It says, if thou, so like in verse 33, if thou love to hear, thou shalt receive understanding. And if thou bow down thy ear, thou shalt be wise. If you humble yourself, and be willing to be taught. A lot of y'all watch YouTube videos for 3 months. Now you a scholar. All right, you ain't sat in no class, you ain't been in no feast days, you haven't been around and experienced the work. You didn't have the elders and brothers tell you stories of how to deal with certain situations. You don't have elders to show you more levels of understanding of certain scriptures. You learning things on a surface level. And you might have been studying a lot and you got the precepts, but you don't have the wisdom and experience to go with it. You just know a lot of precepts. All right. And now what happened? You can start thinking you know something and start coming up with new revelation. And you think it's right knowledge being increased? No, it's knowledge increasing unto false doctrine. All right. Like, yeah, good point, sister. Too overzealous. All right. Reading on. It says, Shalakia, stand in the multitude of the elders and cleave unto him that is wise. And a lot of times, a lot of y'all need to sit the hell down and learn something. You think you know a lot of precepts with no understanding. And that's another thing. To know is one thing, to understand is another thing. To have understanding, comprehension. You can know it, but do you comprehend it? Do you understand it? And before you can learn anything or go anywhere or set up your new exclusive YouTube camp, got your camp label on your shirt, sit down and learn something and humble yourself. All right, reading on. It says, be willing to hear every godly discourse, and let not the parables of understanding escape thee. And if thou seest a man of understanding, get thee betimes unto him, and let thy foot wear the steps at his door. The scriptures say in 1 John 4:1, beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they be of the Most High. That's something I did when I came in the nation. I examined brothers. I was like, oh, that brother's a good teacher. That brother's a good teacher. He's going in the spirit. You know, I can learn from him. I'm sitting in class like, you know, the spirit had me identify a lot of the elders and senior men, 5 shield generals in 1 West, captains, officers, whatever. They were great teachers. And the spirit, it resonated with my spirit. You know what I'm saying? I saw all types of other forms of knowledge growing up, but the truth hit me. And when I came into school and I heard the different breakdowns of the elders and the brothers that were, you know, some of the good teachers in the school, and I was like, yeah, this resonates with my spirit. Oh, I love going to that brother's, that general's class. I love going to that elder's class. Oh man, I love going to that captain's class, that officer, that brother, whatever. Even in the trooper program. Some of the younger brothers, they were coming up quick in the spirit, but it resonated with my spirit. Not no wild, false doctrines and teachings. All right? Or brother was a trooper in the school for 6 months. It's like, yo, I see something in the scriptures that, yo, man, I don't think the elders know this breakdown. No, sit your behind down and learn something. All right? That's what you do. All right? Sit down and learn something. All right? Don't worry about it, angels of Yahweh. Don't worry about it. I got them. Don't worry about it. All right. I got the scoffers. All right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the scoffers. All right. Don't worry about the scoffers. I got them. All right. We just going to stay focused and keep bringing it out. All right. So reading on, it says, verse 37, let thy mind be upon the ordinances of the Lord, and meditate continually in his commandments. He shall establish thine heart and give thee wisdom at thine own desire. See that? So at the end of the day, the Lord said, what? Let thy mind be upon the ordinances of Yahweh and meditate continually in his commandments. What does the scripture say? We're going to read that later. All right. The Lord said what? Fear him and keep his commandments. That's the whole duty of man. All right, Shalom, seeking his face. I know there's a lot of scoffers, y'all. Don't worry about it. All right, so everybody understand? Give me a con 777. Yeah, Tony, Psalms 133. That's a good one. All right, everybody understand? Give me a con 777. All right. From there, let's go to Sirach 5. Let's jump back to chapter 5. All right. Yeah, they're just bots anyway. All right. Probably a bunch of AI that YouTube just sent through here just to cause all kinds of confusion. All right. All right. Listen, John 3:16 and the rest of y'all, please try to stay within the topic. If you're gonna post something, or if you got questions or contentions about what's being brought out, save it for the end. Let's get through the main topic. All right, because this is important. Let's go to Sirach chapter 5, and we're gonna read verses 9 through 12, and then I'm gonna jump down probably to 15. Sirach 5 and 9. Winnow not with every wind, and go not into every way, for so doeth the sinner that have a double tongue. So winnow means to separate. All right, don't separate off into different doctrines and going off into all these different understandings. A lot of times that's why splits and divisions happen in Israel. A lot of times it's about doctrine. Some brothers will go studying and they think they're coming up with some new revelation, and they'll present it to the body, and brothers will say, nah, that has personally happened to us in H.O.I. Or what happens is, this happens a lot nowadays since the YouTube era. Brothers will see a popular doctrine that's being taught by a lot of the other camps or the popular camps or whatever. And this is no shot at any camps or what they believe in. And brothers will want to run with what's popular. For example, I'm going to give you a perfect example. There was a point in Israel in the Genesis, the beginning of YouTube, there was a thing where a certain camp was trying to make everybody in the Bible an Israelite. And what happened, it got popular and brothers started running with that. So now recently, the apologists have been coming to attack Israelite camps. The Christian apologists have been coming to attack Israelite camps. And certain scriptures, brothers are trying to say, no, those are scattered Israelites. And even the damn Christian apologists are looking at them like, you're out of your damn mind. Those are natural Gentiles. But where did that come from? That come from what brothers thought it was an increase of knowledge where, wait a minute, back in One West, we thought those was natural Gentiles. Those are scattered Israelites. Because what happened is, brothers felt like making everybody an Israelite was helping the Gentile argument better. Because if a Christian come up and say, where it says heathen or Gentile, those are scattered Israelites. So by brothers doing that, they were what? Like Sister Children of Yahuwah said, what happened? They was heaping to themselves teachers having itching ears. Listen, if I make certain people Israelites every time in the Bible, then the Christians have no argument. Then it's never talking about natural Gentiles. I've heard everything from what recently came up. Deuteronomy 29. That was a big controversy that came up recently. Up until when it says the Gentiles have inherited lies in Jeremiah, those are scattered Israelites. When it said many of the nations became Jews and Esther during the time of the Purim, those were scattered Israelites. Just trying to make everybody a damn Israelite. And you think it helps the Gentile argument along against Christians, but even Christians are looking at you. Like, damn, even I know that's talking about natural Gentiles. So that was one thing that it was taken as this camp had all this knowledge and they was the premier camp on YouTube and they breaking everything down. But they started just saying everybody's an Israelite. Those are scattered Israelites. This is scattered Israelite. One time we was reading Isaiah 14, where it clearly says the nations are going in slavery, in captivity, and a brother that was in my camp, a brother that was in H.O.I, try to tell me that's talking about scattered Israelites. So I said, Ak, you mean to tell me Israel gonna put scattered Israelites into captivity? It made no damn sense, but brothers thought it was an increase of knowledge, but it was an increase to false doctrine. Because now you're making everybody an Israelite, and even a Christian is looking at you like you bugged out of your damn mind. And I remember that. It was a brother in my camp years ago. He came to me about Isaiah 14:1, and when it started going into the Gentiles, he said that's scattered Israelites. I was like, so Ak, you're telling me that Israel gonna be putting scattered Israelites in slavery, brother? So that's one example that happened during the explosion of YouTube. Just trying to make everybody in the Bible an Israelite. So you can't do that because you set a dangerous precedent. Even a Christian, you will be fooled to a Christian. Like we say in the hood, you fooled. A Christian will eat your ass alive. Excuse my language and expression. But they'll be like, what? Those are natural Gentiles right there. So you got to be careful with that. So don't try to increase the knowledge to where it turns into a false doctrine. Everybody with me? Give me a con 777. It says, verse 10, Sirach 5:10. Be steadfast in thy understanding, and let thy word be the same. And that's another thing. Again, y'all got to stop being emotional. When you think the Spirit is giving you some new revelation, you know, and you present it to a brother, and a brother say, I don't see it, you can't get upset. You can't get proud. You can't get emotional. All right, because what? We got to be steadfast in our understanding. And let me say this too, Israel, you got to understand one thing. Sometimes a brother or sister, they might be like, I see what you're bringing out through the Spirit. It makes sense, but I'm not just going to fully jump to that and start teaching that. Let me look deeper into it. The scriptures say, let every man be fully persuaded in their own mind. You might present a good argument and it sounds good, but sometimes brothers and sisters don't want to just jump to another doctrine. So they might be like, I need more convincing. Let me meditate on this. Let me absorb this more in my spirit. Let me go back over it. Let me compare it to what I understand already. It don't mean they got an agenda, or you just stuck in one West understanding, or you just want to be in that camp understanding, or you hard-headed, you got an agenda. No. If a person is just teaching what they understand in their mind, and they're sincere and genuine with that, how is that an agenda? And the sister brought it out good. With you being obsessed like that, 9 times out of 10, more likely than not, your understanding is it's a false doctrine. And Satan using you to try to push it on brothers and sisters. So be careful. Anybody, the Spirit can work with any sincere brother in the Spirit that the Most High is utilizing to teach this word to bring out a deeper understanding on anything. Or to say something was totally wrong, this is the proper understanding. But it got to be in the true spirit, not unto your false doctrine or your lust just to teach something new, or your ego to be the teacher that the Most High is dealing with in Israel. The only one. All the revelation got to come through you and your camp. Nah. All right, or let's say you're an individual like. Some people walking around thinking that the Spirit showed them that they Christ. Bugged out of their mind. Don't know the scriptures. I've seen people debate this guy constantly. This guy don't know the scriptures from his damn foot to his toenail, but he's Christ back on the earth, and we all supposed to follow him. All right, and he probably would say, "See, the knowledge came to me to show me." No, the knowledge came to you and showed you a false, bugged out doctrine. And the man smokes weed. He rolls up one. And that's why he's bugged out thinking he's the Messiah. Yeah, his guy name is Yaju or whatever. I don't even like to say these guys' name, but it is what it is. Yeah, man. Now we supposed to follow that and be deceived? Yahushua said, many shall come in my name saying, I am Christ, and deceive many. And this guy got people following him. He got people following him. Bugged out of his mind. Right? So, you know, we gotta be circumspect with this knowledge. Reading on. Verse 11. Be swift to hear, and let thy life be sincere, and with patience give answer. Be swift to hear, and let your life be sincere. Right? That's like they say, you know that saying, there's a reason why you got two ears and one mouth. Because you're supposed to listen, pay attention. Sometimes if I feel a brother's coming to me with a new understanding of something, and I feel he's sincere, all right, brother, send me a video. No, I don't want to spend, you know, the next 3 hours on the phone with you explaining it to me. Send me a video, send me the breakdown, send me a report you did on it. I'll check it out when I have time. When I have time. Because a lot of times you dealing with other things. You don't have time to sit there and, you know, just 3-4 hours checking out somebody's new revelation. If you get time. But you're like, I'm kind of already solid in what I understand. If I get time, I'll check it out, brother. All right. So we're going to read on, Salakia. Verse 13. No, Salakia, we're going to jump down to 15. Be not ignorant, Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 5:15. Be not ignorant of anything in a great matter or small. So yes, the scriptures tell you the heart of the righteous studieth to answer. All right. It tell you in 1 Peter 3:15, you know, that you may answer every man. I'm paraphrasing. So yes, Israel, you know, go in, do your studying, you know, but let it be sincere. And if you feel the spirit is revealing something to you or whatever, bring it out and keep it moving. All right. And really at the end of the day, like a lot of brothers do, if the brothers got a new understanding that been revealed to them, they'll bring it out to their congregation or their camp or whoever, their followers or people that study with them. And then everybody else in the nation, they might be like, yo, check it out. That's the right way to go about it. That's the humble way. You know, but if you're the leader or the senior man or senior men, and y'all reason in the scriptures and say, wait a minute, we seeing that differently. This is how we going to teach it to our congregation because this is what the Spirit is showing us. But don't say everybody else is wrong. We got the right breakdown. Don't do that because you're not coming in the spirit of humility. And you could be increasing in knowledge, but increasing in knowledge to false doctrine. So be careful. And don't have that jealous, envious, competitive, ego, prideful spirit of wanting to remove all the old brothers out of the way and the old teachers, and we're going to take over and be the new scholars in Israel. Because a lot of y'all got that agenda. You jealous and you envious of the influence that brothers had that came before you. All right, so that's it on that. Let's go to Sirach. Let me see what I want. Let's stay in Sirach. Let's go from near to 37. Sirach 37. And this is another bad problem in Israel. All right. Sirach 37 and 19. All right. Sirach 37 and 19. It says, there is one that is wise and teacheth many, and yet is unprofitable to himself. You have brothers, man, all this breakdowns, all this knowledge coming out, you know, studying new revelation, going into books, this, that, the third. We the ones that got the truth. But don't understand simple things like personal hygiene. Nigga, you don't even know how to wash your behind. And this is literal, y'all. I'm telling y'all from real stories and stuff I know and eyewitness accounts. Brother told me he was in a particular camp. I don't have to make this up. He was in a particular camp. This camp has so much knowledge, wisdom, understanding, things of that nature. I won't say anything out of, for the sake of the brother that told me the story. And I know of personal stories like this. All this deep knowledge. Ain't none of the other camps on our level to bring it out. The brother said the elders used to come to camp smelling and stinking. Now I know of personal situations where I saw that. One time a brother came up to me, he wanted to do a video about, yo, brother, man, I got a whole bunch of precepts to cut this pastor. Brother smelled like he ain't washing like 3-4 days. I don't, it's not the, I ain't saying no names or nothing, but it's not to talk about nobody, put nobody down. But brother, you got all this breakdown and all this revelation. And brother, it didn't teach you to take a damn bath? To put on, I'm not shaming them because I didn't say no name. And I've seen this a few times in Israel, and I've heard other testimonies. All right, so you can be so wise, you got all this revelation and everything, but you're unprofitable to yourself. You understand? So, yes, you probably do, Kevin. So, that's all I'm saying. It's a lot of times I notice brothers that'll be so much about this deep knowledge and, the Spirit revealed this to me, the Spirit revealed, and brothers breaking that down wrong or whatever, but they don't know how to conduct themselves. They don't know how to talk to you. They don't know how to properly greet you. Brothers be lacking out on certain home training. One time a brother approached me. He had a disagreement. You camps this, you camps that. I said, okay, brother, hold on. I said, brother, okay, let's have a discussion about what you're talking about. The brother just kept cutting me off, tried to get up in my face. He looked like he was trying to get aggressive. And I said, bro, back up from my face. And you're not finna try to bully me. Because, he was tall and big and, thought he can intimidate. I said, bro, back up. Hold up. But I said, brother, calm down. Let's have a discussion about but he was trying to come with all this knowledge and you camps are wrong and the Most High showing us a better way. Brother, calm down. So you got all this knowledge and the camps are wrong, but you don't even know how to talk to a fellow brother without trying to intimidate me and get carnal or like he was going to scare me to believe the way he believed. And I just stood there and said, bro, don't try to bully your thought process onto me or your view of scripture. Let's have a conversation, brother. So a lot of times I noticed that with a lot of Israel, it's all about this deep knowledge, but you be like, damn, this brother don't even know how to talk really. This brother don't know how to have a conversation. He don't know how to be loving and gentle to his own nation. You got all that knowledge, but you didn't learn that. So that's another thing with Israel. Israel be more caught up in, all right, Israel be more caught up in this lust to be the greatest teacher, but miss out on practical things. Yahushua said the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, things of that nature. Israel don't be having that. But you got all this deep knowledge and the Spirit showing you so much in these last days. Don't even know how to deal with a fellow brother or sister. So you're wise and you could teach many, but you're unprofitable to yourself. Or a lot of times what happened? Israel got all this knowledge and then you find out they doing some kind of wild, abominable sin behind the scenes. Like, damn, brother, you know all that? And you quick to talk about these camps ain't this, these camps, these brothers don't know what they talking about. They ain't breaking it down wrong. They going off on this scripture. But brother, you didn't know and understand not to commit that type of abominable sin But you got all this knowledge, and you out doing the camps, and these brothers don't know what they talking about. They don't know how to debate. They don't know what they talking about. But all that knowledge didn't teach you not to do such an abominable sin. So there's one that's wise and teacheth many, but yet is unprofitable to himself. You increase in knowledge, but you increase into false doctrine also. Or you increase in knowledge, got all this revelation in the last days. Oh, brothers, a lot of that stuff brothers were taught was off, but you don't even understand practical stuff. You can cut brothers' doctrine. I can show you brothers was wrong about that. But you didn't even know a basic, wicked, evil, damn sin not to do. All right, so let's read on. Verse 20. There's one that showeth wisdom in words and is hated. He shall be destitute of all food. There you go. You show wisdom in words, but you're hated because there's something about your character or the way you're walking or moving that don't align. Or like they say, you could talk a good game, but the actions are not, Saint Malachi, Shalom King. The actions don't line up. You talking the talk, but you're not walking the walk. So you're going to be destitute of all food because you're not even practicing what you're preaching. So what is it? It's not going to profit you. That's like me saying, yo, you know, you could put a car together, you put the you know what I'm saying? But I got all the pieces, but I don't put the car together. So where the hell I ain't going to be able to go nowhere. Well, at least not in the car. Because I know I can talk about how to put all the pieces together and everything, but I didn't put the car together. You're going to be destitute of all food. All right. Reading on, it says, another is wise to himself. Oh, Salakia, verse 21. For grace is not given him from Yahweh because he is deprived of all wisdom. Proverbs 4 and 7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, but with all thy getting, get understanding. All right, you deprived of wisdom. You didn't understand that you have to apply what you know. All right, in all facets. You can't just apply all the deep knowledge, but don't apply the love for your brother. You can't apply all the deep revelation and the increase of knowledge, but don't apply it to your wife. You curse your wife out, talk to her like a dog. You know, do all kinds of abominable things to her behind the scenes, but yet you can cut any camp's doctrine in Israel. Come on, man. You look like a damn fool. So in all, Shalom, H.O.I in the building. All right, so understand that, Israel. That's all. I'm just bringing out a practical lesson to y'all tonight from what I'm seeing in the nation and, you know, one of the underlying main topics of discussion. I've seen it 3 times today. I said the Spirit's showing me to speak on this lesson. I know it's late, but, you know, this word got to go out. All right, so reading on is Sirach 37:22. Another is wise to himself, and the fruits of understanding are commendable in its mouth. Because what? You're wise to the people, but you also use that wisdom. You also use that wisdom. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Sometimes I like to just keep videos on my channel to build my channel up, but I'll let you know. But anyway, all right, anyway, you're showing that wisdom, but you're also letting that wisdom apply to you. So the fruits of your wisdom, let me read it again. Another is wise to himself, and the fruits of understanding are commendable in his mouth. All right, so when you speak that wisdom and you also apply it, people are going to say that's commendable because you're utilizing that wisdom to walk uprightly. All right, verse 24, Salakia. A wise man shall be filled with blessing, and all they that see him shall count him happy. See that? A wise man is going to be filled with blessing because you're practicing what you preach, you putting it into fruition, and it's going to show forth. But a lot of times what happens, Israel, you know, you got all this wisdom. really no understanding, or you got knowledge with no wisdom. You got knowledge with no wisdom or understanding, and the application is not there. And the reason why I'm stressing this, because I see this a lot in Israel. I see some of the deepest brothers break down, knowledgeable brothers, but they be way the hell off on practical things, mainly how to deal with their nation. I see a lot of that. You see a lot of all this stuff, but you don't know how to deal with your fellow brother and your pride. It's a lot of pride. That's why the scriptures say, I read it earlier in 1 Corinthians 8 and 1 Corinthians 13. Knowledge puffeth up, but charity edifieth. Some of y'all, you didn't know a damn thing in the world, and you come in Israel now, you get this knowledge, and you start getting puffed up in pride. You start getting puffed up and prideful. All right, you didn't know a damn thing, but the Lord had mercy on you and brought you in Israel. Or maybe you were smart in the world, and you applied that studious spirit to the truth, but now you start getting proud and puffed up. And you get so proud, you start going off into other doctrines, thinking you doing all this deep studying and all this revelation is coming to you, and it starts to go off into doctrine. And the Most High let that happen to you because of your pride. The Lord will turn you over into false doctrines. All right, yeah, pride goes before a fall. All right, so reading on. It says, oh, that's it on that. No, I'm going to read on. Verse 25, the days of the life of man may be numbered, but the days of Israel are innumerable. That's 37:25. Verse 26, a wise man shall inherit glory among his people, and his name shall be perpetual. So it's good to be a man of wisdom and its truth. But be a man of wisdom and teach the sound doctrine. And if you increase in knowledge, and the Most High giving you more revelation and more wisdom and taking you to a higher level of understanding, bring that out by all means. But do it in a sincere and righteous spirit. Don't do it to push your false doctrine. All right, thus saith the Lord, thus saith the Holy Bible. Let's go from there to Sirach 39:1. We're going to stay in Sirach with a few more. We'll get a few more. Jump over to 2 chapters, Sirach chapter 39 and verse 1. All right, Sirach 39 and verse. We just got a few more we're going to get through and close it out on that. I may not go through all the precepts I got. Like I said, this can be an ongoing lesson. Let's go to Sirach 39:1. It says, but he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High and is occupied in the meditation thereof will seek out the wisdom of all the ancient and be occupied in prophecies. So that's what you're supposed to do. Like it tell you in the book of Acts, they searched the scriptures daily to see if these things were so. I'm paraphrasing, but you're supposed to do that. All right? So we supposed to be in this word. Don't get me wrong. And as we get closer to the kingdom, I mean, as time goes on, things should improve. Of course, we're going to get more wisdom. We're going to get more knowledge, more understanding. Some things we're going to see like, hey, maybe I was wrong on that, or I went by the limited understanding I had at the time. But the Most High increased. One man planted, another man watered. The Most High brought the increase. I read on. He will keep sayings of renowned men, and where subtle parables are, he will be there also. You're gonna seek after that deep wisdom. All right, verse 3. He will seek out the secrets of grave sentences and be conversant in dark parables. So yes, I'm bringing this out to show that yes, when the Most High bring us into this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, we supposed to search out the deep, dark mysteries and saying so we can understand. Somebody got to be the elect. The Lord said he got 144,000 that he sealed the complete knowledge of the scriptures in their head. Or, you know, whatever he wants us to know up until that time, Yahweh shall return. All right. He shall serve among great men and appear before princes. He will travel through strange countries, for he have tried the good and the evil among men. Yeah, see that? It tell you in I think 1 or 2 chapters over that when you travel, you get wisdom. So these are all the attributes of a man that's seeking out wisdom, that's trying to get this true wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. But the topic of discussion is what? Get that deep wisdom, get that deep knowledge, get that deep understanding. But let it be unto increase of knowledge for edification, not for false doctrine. All right. Verse 5, he will give his heart to resort early to the Lord that made him, and will pray before the Most High, and will open his mouth in prayer and make supplication for his sins. When the great Lord will, he shall be filled with the spirit of understanding. He shall pour out wise sentences and give thanks unto the Lord in his prayer. He shall direct his counsel in knowledge, and in the secrets shall he meditate. So I'm bringing this out to show the balance. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. By no means am I saying it's wrong to go into the knowledge, get deeper into the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And it's supposed to increase as we get closer to the time. But keep it in the spirit. Don't let that spirit come into you when you start going into doctrine, false doctrine. Or you want to change everything all of a sudden because everything we was taught is wrong. And I think now that's becoming like a fad saying. It's becoming a fad to say that now. All these camp doctrines are wrong. Because I be messing with brothers sometimes like what, brother? And sometimes I don't get an answer. Or is the same cliche things, the 12 tribes chart. All right, the 12 tribes chart is based upon what the elders understood at the time. All right, now, I firmly believe the elders just went with the knowledge of who, more likely than not, are the people that fit these curses. It's a general template of the tribes. If Yahushua come back and say, which I doubt if they are, the damn Samoans is the tribe of Ephraim, then so be it. Lord forbid, I don't, I'm happy with the chart the way it is, but it was a general template. This is what I humbly believe. It was a general template of what our elders understood at the time. Now, you had Abba Bivens. This is what I was told from the witnesses or the brothers that know the story to the best of their ability. He was identifying the blacks and Latinos as the lost tribes of Israel because he said, hey, those are the people that most likely fit these curses and what the Bible is speaking about. All right, then it went to Elder Ariah, and Elder Ariah got a little bit more specific with the tribes. Then when I came into school, this is what I remember and understand. Elder Bunyamyan and Elder Nathaniel 7, they did one of the more famous breakdowns of the 12 tribes of Israel. Now, a lot of people saw that video and they didn't agree with it. Some people saw that breakdown and said it's garbage and trash. Fine. But I believe the brothers genuinely went with the information that they had and what they saw in the spirit at the time. And then we started to add on the bottom of the 12 tribes chart list all so-called Black, Latino, Native American, and Seminole Indian of these descents throughout the 4 corners of the world. So if there's somebody in damn Africa and Yahushua come back and say, that guy's an Israelite, so be it. So my point being, a lot of y'all got to understand the elders and the brothers went with the information that they had at the time. And, after a while, brothers brought more history and more records and was tying it in, whatever the case may be. So if Yahushua come back and say, no, this is who the 12 tribes are, or this is how the chart should be, okay, fine, so be it. What I'm talking about is the innocency of the camps, One West, things like that. Now, I heard other stories. They knew it was false. They made it up. I don't know about none of that. I can't bear witness to none of that. And I never heard none of them stories. Somebody said they got a video with Arias saying he made up the chart. I never saw that a day in my life. I don't bear witness to none of that. So what I'm saying is the innocency of the elders and the leaders and teachers of what they was bringing out at the time. If they were wrong, I don't believe they were wrong purposely. They were wrong because they were only going with the knowledge they had at that time, or what they thought was the truth at that time. And I firmly believe that. Y'all want to disagree? Disagree. No, elder, you know what I heard? They just made up everything. No. And even now, if brothers say, look, I restudied and I see that what was brought out, to the best of my knowledge, I still see today, you can't get mad at brothers. You can't say it's an agenda. It's camp doctrine. Or they don't one West Israelites. They just don't want to change that. You can't say that. If a brother in his spirit sincerely say, Shalom, Cap SOT. Yeah, that's what I humbly believe. And if brothers stick to their guns and say, look, I'm going to continue in what I learned. You can't get mad and upset and get a damn, throw a hissy fit because brothers don't want to say, what if you wrong? What if all the studying you think it sounds good? It makes sense to a degree, but it's not the right understanding. You could be wrong yourself. All right, so Chris B, you're not what? Right, the spirit will restore everything. Even if you got your tribe wrong, as long as you're an Israelite. If Yahushua come back and say you thought you was Judah, but you Ephraim, okay, so be it. Right, you're not wrong about what, Chris B? I don't even know what you're not wrong or right about. But anyway, let me move on, all right? Verse Sirach 39:7. He shall direct his counsel in knowledge, and in his secret shall he meditate. He shall show forth that which he have learned, and shall glory in the law of the covenant of the Most High. All right, yeah, we talked about that earlier, Aria. We know in part and prophesy in part. All right, so the scriptures say, he shall show forth that which he have learned and shall glory in the law of the covenant of the Lord. So now, again, I'm bringing in the balance. Get the deep knowledge, get the deep wisdom, understanding, things of that nature. Over the years, the Most High showed me just more and more deeper levels of the feast days. Over the years, I restudied. I'm like, oh, that through the spirit. Oh, I see that. And I'm bringing it out, and it makes sense. Backing it up with precepts and things that make sense. Whereas before, we might have said, well, the Feast of Tabernacles is when we came out of Egypt. We dwelt in booths. You know, for 40 years, we was wandering in the wilderness, da-da-da-da-da. But now we go into other aspects of it. Over the years, you get, the feast days have these deeper meanings to them. All right, but don't go off into some doctrine. See, the Feast of Tabernacle mean that the angels going to dwell under my tabernacle because I'm going to be the new Messiah. And, the nation going to have to follow me. That's the true meaning of tabernacles. No. Go sit your $5 butt down before the Lord make change. And that's another thing. A lot of exaltation comes with this increase of knowledge. You get puffed up. Stay humble. You know what I'm saying? Even if you think in your mind, which would be a foolish thought, nobody in Israel. One time a brother told me that. A brother literally said out of his mouth, I done tested everybody in Israel's understanding. Can't nobody mess with me right now. I was like, this dude right here. And that brother, I don't even know where he's at right now. I haven't seen him nowhere in Israel. Doing no work nowhere. I'm like, all right, brother. The brother literally said out of his mouth, nobody could mess with him in the scriptures. Literally said that out of his mouth. I'm not making this stuff up. Brother said, nobody, I done tested brothers' understanding. Ain't nobody messing with me in the scriptures right now. This was like in, I want to say maybe 2007, maybe 2006, somewhere around there. It would be anywhere between like 2005, 2007. And now it's 2020. I have no idea where that brother is even at. And, you know, he might still be in the nation because everybody's not on YouTube, social media. But I don't know what kind of work that brother's doing today in Israel. You know, so you got to stay humble with it, all right? So show forth what you learn. And glory in the law, the covenant of the Most High. Yeah, do all that. All right, increase in that knowledge and wisdom and understanding, but unto edification, not false doctrine. All right, verse 9. Many shall commend his understanding, and so long as the world endureth, it shall not be blotted out. His memorial shall not depart away, and his name shall live from generation to generation. All you got to do is do the work and teach the word. Right? All you got to do is do the work and teach the word. And the wisdom, if the Most High dealing with you on a certain level, the wisdom going to show. The people going to see it. They're going to see it. You ain't got to try to force and tell everybody the Most High only dealing with me. And brothers don't see it because the spirit ain't dealing with them. Or you got an agenda. You just got a camp agenda. No. Stay humble with it, teach, and the spirit will show you. Like I said, of course, Israel is going to be a little friendly competition. There's going to be a little trash talking. We know that. That comes with the territory. That's our spirit. But even with that, keep that to a minimum and keep it humble. All right, what is understood don't need to be forcefully explained. You're right, sis. Just teach, and the spirit going to manifest. Just teach. The spirit going to manifest. All right, so reading on, it says, nation shall show forth his wisdom, and the congregation shall declare his praise. If he die, he shall leave a greater name than 1,000, and if he live, he shall increase it. Yet have I more to say, which I have thought upon, for I am filled as the moon at the full. Right, Sirach said, look, I'm full of wisdom about this subject, man. I can go on and on about a man that's sincerely teaching with deep wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in edification, not in false doctrine. All right, so I'm bringing a balance here with Sirach 39. Go into that. Go in depth. Go in righteousness, but don't come out with false doctrine. All right, so let's go from there to Sirach 42 now. We're going to stay in Sirach for a few more. Let's go to Sirach 42 and 17. There's a few precepts I wrote down, y'all, to get a little understanding on this topic. Everybody still with me? Give me a con 777. Everybody understand? All right. Am I talking French here? Some of y'all might understand me in French. Right? Yeah, give me a con 777 if y'all understand. Hit the like button. Let the likes match the viewers. All right, reading on. Sirach 42 and 17. The Lord Yahweh have not given power to the saints to declare all his marvelous works. And that's another thing, man. A lot of y'all try to act like y'all the Most High. Like y'all know everything. The Most High said, look, he didn't even give the saints the power to declare all his mighty works. The Lord said, I know what I want you. You know what I want you to know. And that's it. Some of y'all act like y'all the damn Most High. Look at Dr. York. Dr. York said he has 720 degrees of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. He can answer any question. No human being on the earth can answer any question. There's something you don't know. I don't care if it's about theology, science, history. There's something you don't know. Unless the Most High just made you like like a computer chip on the earth? No. All right? So the Most High said, look, he didn't declare to the saints all of his marvelous works. Like I said, some of y'all act like y'all the Most High. Y'all know every damn thing. All right? Which the Almighty Lord firmly settled, that whatsoever is might, Salakia, that whatsoever is might be established for his glory. Remember, even the wisdom that we teach to the world and to ourselves is for the Most High to get his glory. Let's link that up. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 7. I believe it is. Deuteronomy 4 and 7. It's for the Lord's glory. So humble down. Deuteronomy 4 and 5. Deuteronomy 4 and 5 to link up with Sirach 42 and 17. Check this out. Deuteronomy 4 and 5. All right. It's getting kind of late, y'all, so I think I'm going to cut it short. I just think I'm going to read a couple more scriptures I got on this topic and then a couple on the new moon for the sake of time. Shalom, Shiloh. All right, Deuteronomy 4 and 5. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my power commanded me, that ye should do in the land whither ye go to possess it. So Moses said, I taught you the laws and commandments as the Most High told me to teach y'all. All right. Keep therefore, verse 6, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations. So what? The commandments that Moses gave to Israel to keep and to teach, this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the nations. This is the Lord showing off in front of the nations through his people. So the glory still goes back to Yahweh B'Shem HaMashiach Yahushai. We shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. Check this out, verse 7. For what nation is there so great, who have Yahweh so nigh unto them, as Yahweh our power is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great that have statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I have set before you this day? See that? So check that out. The Most High said, listen, your glory, my glory is being shown through you. So even when you got the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in depth, and even if the Most High giving you revelation on a higher level, that's all for his glory, not for your glory. That's for the Most High and Mashiach Yahweh's glory. And we're going to be swept up in that glory. Don't get me wrong. The Lord said we're going to be exalted and extolled and very high, but that's still going to be to show him the glory. Even a Christian say that. To God be the glory. Amen. Hallelujah. Right? So to the Most High power, Yahweh B'Shem HaMashiach Yahushai be the glory. But we're going to get a, he going to let, I say we because we hope to be of that elect, but he going to let Israel partake in some of that glory. Oh yeah, he's going to let Israel, the servants going to get caught up in that glory. So understand that. All right, reading on. It says, he seeketh out the deep, Salakia, and the heart, and considereth their crafty devices. For the Lord knoweth all that may be known, and he beholdeth the signs of the world. Yeah, how you going to be a man on the earth saying you know everything? All right, like example I gave Dr. York, 720 degrees of knowledge. He can answer any question. Now, the Lord said he know every damn thing that can be known. That's it. All right, some of y'all, you got a God complex. All right, and we are the sons and judges of the Most High God power, but let all glory go to him. Even when that wisdom and knowledge increase on this earth, when they really got to come to brothers for the answers, because the Most High really going to be using brothers to teach this gospel and tell the world what's going on, even then, is all glory to Yahweh Ba'ashem Mashiach Yahushai. All right. Reading on, it says, verse 19, he declareth the things that are past and for to come, and revealeth the steps of hidden things, right? The Lord said he declared the things through prophecy. All right, that's why we prophesy. We tell the things that are going to come, that are going to happen in the future. You also tell the things that happened in the past, but that's all revealed through the Most High, through His Word, and through the Spirit revealing it to you. All right. Hold on one second, y'all. Dre Nelson. Who are you talking about? Who had a great deal of pride in 27 when they were speaking to the dude in Detroit? Who are you talking about? One second. I want to see what this guy is talking about, even though it's off topic, but all right. I know some of those people who believe they can debate anyone in the Bible, no fruit though. Yeah. No, brothers are sharp in these last days. Brothers are sharp, and the scholarship is beautiful in Israel, but it's just, everything's got to be in the spirit and be balanced. But now, like we was bringing out earlier, there's one that is wise and teacheth many is unprofitable to himself. You got some of that going on. All right. Nelson, you're not going to say what you're talking about? Why y'all make a comment and then don't follow up on y'all comment? I asked the Cali Rax dude earlier what he was talking about. All right, yeah, there's a lot of scoffers in here, so I'm gonna in the description box, I got the H.O.I. general email. Email me if y'all want to be made moderators. All right, because the more I come live on here, it just tons. It's more and more scoffers. So before I was dealing with myself, but it's like overwhelming now. So House of Israel NYC at gmail.com. If you want me to make you a mod. All right, because it's tons of scoffers. But Brother Dre Nelson, who are you speaking about? 2017, when speaking to the dude from Detroit. Who are you talking about, bro? All right, you're not gonna say, y'all just make comments and then don't be men and don't follow them up. Passover is April 1st in Raleigh, North Carolina. Wednesday, April 1st, Raleigh, North Carolina. All right, let me get back to the lesson. Salakia, y'all. All right, it said Sirach 42 and 19. He declareth the things that are past and for to come, and revealeth the steps of hidden things. The Most High does that. If he give it to you, it came from him. It didn't come from you, it came from the Most High. All right, no thought escapeth him, neither any word is hidden from him. All right, Salakia. So that's it on that. So, truthfully, from Egypt to Israel, Khan, truthfully, all wisdom, knowledge, and understanding on whatever deep level, it comes from the Most High. It didn't come from you. You're not that deep, son. It all came from the Most High. Deuteronomy 29:29. The secret things belong unto the Most High, but the things that are revealed unto us and our children come from him forever and ever. I'm paraphrasing. I hope I ain't butchered the scripture too bad. All right. Elder memory, and as sharp as it was when I was in the trooper program in 1 West. All right. The email is houseofisraelnyc@gmail.com. houseofisraelnyc@gmail.com. All right, let's get through a few more. It's getting late. I'm probably not going to be able to get to all my precepts. But I'm going to get a few more. And this topic will come up again. Of course it will. Sirach 44. One more in Sirach. Sirach 44 and 1. Sirach 44 and 1. It says, let us now praise famous men and our fathers that begot us. The Lord have wrought great glory by them through his great power from the beginning. Such as did bear rule in their kingdoms, men renowned for their power, giving counsel by their understanding and declaring prophecies. So it's okay for us to acknowledge men of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, especially brothers that are of wisdom and knowledge and understanding on a deep level where we see the Most High dealing with them. We're not speaking against that. So I want everybody to be clear. Well, you said that already. Well, I'm going to say it again so you can understand. Because I don't want nobody to get simple and say, oh, the elder said we can't have no deep knowledge now. No, but there's a balance. And stop this narrative in Israel of everything. Well, I ain't going to say everything, but it damn near sound like y'all saying everything. I hear it so much. Everything that was taught was wrong. And these one West camps got an agenda. And they just want to push, they just want to F exotic women. That's where they got all them people on the 12 tribes chart. We hear all kinds of madness, man. So the brothers sat there and put so-called Puerto Rican, Dominican, the Latin, so-called Latin and Indian tribes because they wanted their women. And y'all could believe that, but I don't believe my elders did that. And no matter what they did go off on, I'm still going to call them men my elders because they taught me the foundation of what I know as being an Israelite to this day. And I mean, for somebody going to make up, if that's the case, why not put all people on the earth are Israelites so they can have every kind of exotic woman they wanted? You mean to tell me the only exotic women they wanted was Native American and Hispanic women? You see how foolish that sounds? The elders made up the 12 tribes chart because they wanted the F. I ain't going to say the word, but I literally heard this out of stupid, unlearned. I heard this out of niggas that been in the truth for 2 damn seconds, running a proud fat mouths against the elders and men that paved the way for your monkey ass to know you an Israelite. Excuse my language, y'all. Salakia. But you got to get like that. The disrespect and the stupidity that comes out of people's mouths. Now, you can say, I don't agree with the chart. You can even say, you got brothers that say all the tribes are Negro, whatever. But they made up the chart because they wanted an excuse to have sex with Latin and Native American women. First of all, we're not supposed to just have sex with a woman of our nation. If you're going to lay with them, you should endow them to be your wife. You should take them on as a wife. So the elders sat back and said, yo, I want an excuse to have a one-night stand with a Puerto Rican woman, so I'm going to say that they Israelites. You know how stupid that sounds? See, we gonna make it, and I still, to this day, I still have not seen the new and improved 12 tribes chart. Now, some of y'all say we're not supposed to make a chart at all, but would a real 12 tribes chart please stand up one day, please? And again, if the chart is wrong, I sincerely believe the elders just went by the knowledge of the people they knew at the time. And H.O.I will show us, you know what? Here's the tribes when I make my second coming. All right, so let's read on. Sirach 44 and 4. Leaders of the people by their counsels and by their knowledge of learning meet for the people. wise and eloquent in their instructions. So yeah, if you're a man of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, yes, bring it out. Teach in the spirit. I'm bringing these, last couple of precepts out that I brought is to show the back. Yeah, go in and teach the knowledge. Don't get me wrong. Right? But as we come into these last days, and Daniel prophesied that knowledge shall increase. Yeah. And I've seen it. The Most High show me many things on a higher level. But I'm not going to go into doctrine and talk about, well, everything got to be taught all over again. So there's a balance. But yeah, that wisdom, that deep wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in edification, not false doctrine, is going to show forth. And for the most part, if it's right, all you got to do is bring it out. And the spirit going to have the people flock to it. And Paul even said in Corinthians, there must be heresies amongst us. Different sects of Israelites among us, because then it's going to be made manifest. All right? It's going to be made manifest, right? Meaning what? Even with all the different teachings and different understandings out here, the people going to see, wait a minute, these brothers are bringing it out right. These brothers are bringing it out in the spirit. The Most High is dealing with that brother. The Most High is dealing with these brothers. Most High dealing with them as true teachers. Because you can discern. That's why a lot of you say, you listen to a little bit of different brothers and sisters, but your spirit tell you, look, they going into the knowledge in the spirit. Everybody might not say the exact same thing, but for the most part, 70-80% of the doctrine is the same. They all trying to bring us back to the Lord and H.O.I. All right, so Sirach 44 and 15. Jump down to 15. The people will tell of their wisdom, and the congregation will show forth their praise. So bring it out. Let that scholarship show. Let the deep wisdom, knowledge, and understanding show. But cut out all this nonsense about, cut out the agenda, the false agendas. All right, because I keep seeing this narrative. Everything got to be, these brothers, it's an agenda. And that's my main thing. My main thing is stop accusing the camps, the One West brothers. Stop accusing brothers of having an agenda because the brothers stick with certain foundational teachings of the elders that we still see today, whether you feel we right or wrong. Stop with the slander of brothers just having an agenda and they're purposely poisoning and teaching the nation wrong. That's a damn lie. Y'all even made a room on Clubhouse one time talking about the camps. They're paid government agents because they teaching us not to vote. And it was so ridiculous I had to go into that room. A lot of times I ignore a lot of the nonsense. But I had to go into that room and I had to tell them, listen, first of all, y'all sound foolish. And first of all, we never told brothers and sisters not to vote. That is a lie. We told brothers and sisters we choose not to vote. But if you want to run your ass down to the polls, by all means. We never made it a doctrine not to vote. Nobody never brought out a scripture. Well, some brothers might have did that, but all the camps didn't do that. We just like KRS-One, not voting is a vote. That means the political party is the same no matter who comes into office. That is a vote. But this was a narrative made up about the so-called One West camps. They must be government agents. Where the hell is my check at? Because I'm struggling like any one of you, rest of you brothers and sisters. I'm an elder in Israel, but I ain't rich. I'm struggling just like you other brothers and sisters. Ain't nothing rich over here. So where the hell is my check? If I sold out, at least where the hell is my check at? Pure nonsense. We told brothers and sisters, look, you could vote. You could do whatever you want to do. I'm not voting because I understand the vote is a farce. No matter who, Democrat or Republic, it's going to be the same white supremacist agenda. But if you want to go vote, knock yourself out. Now, some Israelites might have pulled out 100 scriptures on you and told you what you voting for. We know there's some that are overzealous and simple. You know what I'm saying? We understand that. Don't vote, but they probably got a damn white woman in their bed talking about we can have concubines now, Ak. So maybe some brothers, but not all camps did that. And for the most part, what I know of camps, brothers just say they don't choose not to vote. It's a personal choice. I don't think if you go to the polls and cast a damn vote, the average camp is going to tell you, get out of here. Or, you know, we got $1 million check from, you know, saying the government to tell you not to vote. What sense does that make? But y'all wanted to talk about One West camps so bad, you just made up a false damn narrative and opened a damn clubhouse room about it. And I had to go in the room and set everybody damn straight. And I'm not saying that to be proud or puffed up or nothing. I just had to say, this is ridiculous, man. If y'all don't mess with the One West camps, whatever, y'all gonna just teach what y'all follow. Why is it a campaign to destroy everything about so-called One West? Now, everything that was taught, and some of y'all wouldn't know y'all Israelites if it wasn't for the so-called One West camps. And I know, I know we said that 1,000,000 times. But this is more so talking about the knowledge. And I'm leading into, is there a campaign? Y'all may not even realize it. Is there a campaign to try to do away with One West when it comes to doctrine, whatever camps, whatever the case may be? Is there an agenda or a campaign? Or brothers are sincerely saying, well, certain things was taught wrong and we think it needs to be taught over? Because I heard one brother, a brother told me, I don't know how true this is, but a brother told me a certain brother made a statement, yeah, all the old One West elders need to die off so the new young brothers could take over and lead the nation. And even if you felt like that, why do the elders gotta die? You see how they think about brothers? This is how they think about brothers. So all the brothers, even if you say, well, the elders are older now, let them run the nation behind the scenes. Let them be there for us when we need counsel. Let us put in the footwork and run the nation. So that's how you know it's an agenda behind it. It's an agenda behind it. They all need to die off so the new younger brothers can come up. That means you just want power. You don't even give a damn if your brothers live or die. Just let them die so they can. I don't know. I don't know. But the brother that told me, I don't think he have a reason to lie to me. And a lot of y'all got that spirit. There was a campaign because of one brother committed a major sin. All the elders in Israel need to move out of the way now. What the hell does his sin have to do with all the other elders of Israel? It's an agenda. That's what y'all want anyway. So you use any little excuse. Now, the majority of the teachings are wrong. So I'm wondering, is this an agenda? Or do you really feel in your spirit that all this knowledge need to be taught over the right way? If that's what you sincerely think, knock yourself out. But if it's an agenda, the Most High going to shut it down. All right? Oh, yeah, I blocked Aaron. I blocked Aaron, y'all. All right. So, damn, a lot of scoffers up here. Y'all email me, because I'm a mod some of y'all up. All right. So that's it in Sirach, the book of Sirach. Let's go to Proverbs 18:1. Proverbs 18:1. So I'm going to cut it short, y'all, for the sake of time. It's 2 a.m. It's late. We can revisit this because there's more scriptures on this, of course. All right, this is Proverbs. You know what? I might just give y'all the scriptures and y'all can go over them. And y'all, that'll be some homework for y'all. All right, this is Proverbs 18:1. It said, through desire, a man having separated himself seeketh and intermeddleth with all wisdom. Now, what happens? All right, what happens? Salakia. Now, what happens, right? Sometimes what you have in Israel too is you might have splits, or you might have brothers that separate themselves, or what happens too, sometimes brothers will get mad because you don't accept their doctrine, and they would have cut themselves off from you. I ain't speaking to them because they don't see my doctrine. You know what I'm saying? You have that too. Or sometimes brothers go off and intermeddle with all wisdom, and they start going off into doctrine. You see the brother after 6 months, I've been studying, Ak. You see that damn glossy look in their eyes. Yo, brother, I'm telling you, man, a lot of what brothers is bringing out, man. The spirit showed me something different. What spirit, brother? That's the question. That's the $1 million question. What spirit, my brother, shows you what? So a lot of times y'all go off into your zone and you be out there off on your zone, man. You be out there on your zone, man. Chris B, you can get out of here. Tolerated your nonsense enough. All right, so I'm going to get a few more, y'all. Then get a few on the new moon. And we can close it out with that. All right. Let me get Proverbs. Yeah, I brought that out, Sal Franco. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with questioning each other, sharpening each other. The scriptures tell us in Proverbs, iron sharpeneth iron. So doeth a man the countenance of his brother. All right, the scriptures say, search the scriptures, right? Because in them you may have eternal life. I'm paraphrasing. Yeah, so like, yeah, we got to sharpen each other, all right? Is a balance to what I'm bringing out. But let's not tread into murky waters. You know what I'm saying? Where you think the knowledge, you increasing the knowledge, and you getting all this deep revelation, and you're going off into the abyss, man. All right, let's get Galatians 1 and 6. I'm gonna end it with these last two. I got more, but I can save those for another lesson. Let's get Galatians 1. Is that what I want? Let me see. Galatians 1. I think it's Galatians 1. Salakia, y'all. Yeah, Galatians 1 and 6. And it reads, Paul said, I marvel that ye are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of H.O.I unto another gospel. All right. So Paul said, look, man. All right. Hold on. All right, yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to make y'all some mods. All right. Salakia, Galatians 1 and 6. I marvel that you are so removed from him that call you into the grace of H.O.I unto another gospel, which is not another, but there be some that trouble you and would pervert the gospel of Christ. So Paul said it's not another gospel. You got brothers and sisters in the nation that's reading from the same Bible. And they know the basics of the knot. We the Israelites, you know, we going to be delivered, da-da-da-da-da. But what? They're going into other doctrines. They're perverting the gospel. And they're getting mad when you don't want to go along with their perverted understanding. That's what it is, man. We had a whole group of brothers attack us one time. It could have got physical. That's how bad it got. That's how disrespectful these brothers became because we would not agree with them. These brothers became a group of Christian Israelites, meaning their leader went to the church and got seduced with the New Testament understanding. I don't know how the hell you do that. How you an elder in Israel for years and go to a damn Christian church and get seduced with doctrine? So this brother came back and started teaching us, we still Israel, but he had an entire Christian understanding of the New Testament. The law is done away with. The Most High loves everybody. Salvation is for everybody. He was basically a Christian with fringes on. And he influenced a whole group of brothers from the school. And we stayed in the original teachings. No, you know, we still got to keep the law to the best of our ability. We know the law alone can't save us. Is the grace and the mercy in H.O.I and the faith. It all goes along with the works of keeping the law and doing the actual work. So it got so bad because these brothers ran into us years later. And now we're older. We're running our own camps. We're teaching on YouTube. We're edifying the people. And we're building in Israel. And I believe it was jealousy. It was envy and jealousy because they said these brothers were younger men under us. And they're still moving in the old understanding. They supposed to be listening to us. And we told them, brothers, we don't see that. And what did they do? They claimed it was an increase of the knowledge that we originally learned in One West. But that was an increase of knowledge unto false doctrine. At least that's the way we still understood it. So this group of brothers, they got so mad and heated, and they kept trying to force it on us. They was showing up to our Passovers. They were making videos about us on YouTube, especially me. You know, they were real disrespectful and threatening and all that. And it got so bad, it could have got physical. And it was all because brothers didn't want to see their new Christian Israelite doctrine. A brother made a statement and said, I don't have to keep the Day of Atonement. I can eat a bacon cheeseburger from White Castle on a Day of Atonement. I don't know why I got to be pork. I don't know why I got to be from White Castle. But he wanted to show how adamant he was against the law. As this new Christian Israelite, we don't have to keep no laws. So that's an example of you thinking that you got increase in knowledge, Daniel 12:4, and the Most High is giving you more understanding on the New Testament and H.O.I and dealing with the law, but you're actually going off into false doctrine. So you pervert the gospel of Christ, right? Galatians 1:7. But though we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel unto you than that which he have preached unto you, let him be accursed. So that's another thing. A lot of times brothers don't care who you are. You could be this high-ranking dude in Israel or this well-known brother or a brother with so much deep knowledge, but the Lord said it could be an angel from heaven and you come preaching another God. You not finna tell me I can sit down and eat a piece of pork. Right? You're not going to sit there. I don't care if an angel come and tell me I can eat the swine. But this is what these brothers was trying to tell us. And because we said, no, brother, we don't see that in the spirit. Instead of saying, all right, we know we're right through the spirit. We're going to pray for y'all brothers. These brothers got disrespectful. They got carnal. They start making threats. They start making videos talking reckless about brothers, and it could have got physical. By street rules, somebody would have had to be made an example out of. And they were definitely coming at me because they were trying to be bullyish with me. I don't know why everybody want to bully little old Elder Sapak. I guess I answered it because I'm little. They figure if they ever get in a physical confrontation with me, they could beat my ass. So we could just talk all kinds of reckless to him, because if we ever see him, he's a little dude. He can't fight us. That's brothers' mentality. And I don't mean to sound carnal, but it's reality. Just because of difference in doctrine, brothers got disrespectful, reckless with their mouth, calling brothers all out of their name. And it was anger too, because there was a lot of power. There was a lot of power struggle in One West. There was a lot of brothers that want the Lord over other brothers. They took their rank and their power. That was a problem in One West, but not with every brother. Because there was high-ranking brothers that were humble. It was a little dusty nigga that probably had rank that thought he was over everybody. Or some brothers of higher rank and it just went to their head. And even me as a younger man, I stayed in my place. I stayed respectful. But I'm like, this clown-ass nigga, this nigga never ran nothing but his clothes in the world. So now he got a little power in the school and he just throwing his weight around. I peeped that. That's one thing. I brought my street knowledge into the truth and my knowledge, my general knowledge of the world. You know, so that was there. I'm not going to say that, but there were a lot of ranking brothers that were humble and didn't throw their weight around. They checked you aggressively, but it was in love at the same time. All right. Yeah, when they get worked up and aggressive, that's a red flag. That's a red flag that you trying to push your... This is a true story I'm telling y'all. This could have got physical. And Dusseldorf. I don't even know who the hell Jay Dyer is, and I don't care about debating. None of these people that just want to debate about what? There's really no topic to debate in these last days. We're solid in our understanding. Most of the debates are for entertainment and sensationalism. You may learn some things on either side about where people stand, but a lot of it is because Israel want to be entertained and see a back and forth. All right? So let's debate getting the hell out of this captivity. But, you know, to those that debate, let them debate. Do the spirit is all good. But who the hell is Jay Dyer? I don't even know who the hell that is. And that's some Christian or something. A lot of these guys want to debate Israel to get clout off of us too. I don't even know who that guy is. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, yeah, most debates get carnal or they get prideful. Or, you know, brothers take little jabs at each other. But, you know, it serves a purpose because you can learn about both sides of an argument. That's the benefit of a debate, to get knowledge of both sides of the argument. All right. So that was Galatians. I made the main point, Galatians 1:6-9. So I tell that story, I say that to say that's a prime example of brothers, and I'm going to still keep it humble, even though these brothers were very disrespectful to me, and they almost provoked me to do something, you know, and I repented for that, for even thinking that way. But, you know, it was so disrespectful and reckless, I was thinking about taking action, and I'll leave that right there. But anyway, we can't let that spirit come in Israel. That's not the fruit of the spirit. That's not charity. You know what I'm saying? That's bullyish tactics because you mad because somebody don't want to accept your doctrine. Yeah, when I feel no fruit to the spirit, I'm out. So I just ignored them brothers and just, kept. Because if I would have fed into them, I would have did something I would have regretted. And I'm telling y'all, that's how bad it got. And I'm only telling this story because the topic of the lesson, increase in knowledge, but not unto false doctrine. Those brothers thought they were increased in knowledge. But what happened is they tempted the spirit, they got involved with the Christian church, and they got caught off, they got carried off into the Christian doctrine. That's what I humbly believe happened. And that's no disrespect. That's not to disparage them brothers. I'm not saying no names. In their mind, they may think they right. But in our mind, we're like, no, we sticking with the original understanding. We don't see that insincerity and truth. You're not going to convince me that it's okay to eat a bacon damn cheeseburger from White Castle. I don't even eat White Castle. You know what I'm saying? Let's throw in a piece of damn bacon. I don't eat no pork bacon from nowhere. I don't see that in the scriptures. And according to my understanding, I'm not eating nobody's damn piece of bacon. But these brothers got mad, got threatening, got disrespectful, and reckless with their mouth, all because the increase of knowledge, Daniel 12:4, that they thought they was getting, it increased to false doctrine. So it's actually a decrease. All right. But anyway, yeah, it's late, y'all. So I'm a close. I had about 10, 15 more precepts, but yeah, that's enough for another lesson. This will be a part 2. And plus I want to hit it from another angle. Is there a push or an agenda to yeah, that man loved his White Castle and his swine. Is there a push and an agenda or pride to remove the camps or the One West camps or the old guard or whatever the case may be? Now, I brought this out around Passover when that scandal happened. Everybody can read between the lines of what I'm talking about. Because there was an agenda then that the honorable men and the elders are famished, and the elders have poor judgment and they need to move out of the way so the younger camps can come up. And what did I say? I dealt with that humbly. I said, y'all brothers can have it. And even now, if brothers feel they're increasing in knowledge, and the majority of what, I don't want to lie on nobody, but that seems to be the narrative. It's like they damn near say the majority of what was taught in One West got to be taught all over again, and it's false. So y'all can have it. Take over, teach the people, and they'll follow y'all because the knowledge was wrong. But those of us that say, listen, I'm humbly sticking to the understanding that I see. I don't see what y'all bringing out. You can't say brothers is off. But if the spirit is with you and you increasing in knowledge to edification, not to false doctrine, knock yourself out. Then the Most High, one man plant, another man water, the Most High bring the increase. 1 Corinthians 3. Then knock yourself out. All right, but Ecclesiastes 12:12. Everybody know this one. All right, classic. Let's get the classic. And further by these, my son, be admonished, of making many books there is no end. Be warned. There's all types of knowledge out here, especially now. That was the foundation of the class. Daniel 12:4. Knowledge shall be increased. Not just the knowledge of the truth, world knowledge. Like I said, everything from AI, computers, documents, all kinds of, just the internet alone. You know how many documentaries and shows and news, is just a wealth of information out there. All right. And they post everything. You could type in any damn subject and get some kind of knowledge on it. All right. It says, Rose the young lioness. Nah, I'm good, elder. I love when y'all teach. Who is that? Who is Rose the young lioness? I don't be knowing y'all by y'all YouTube names. I read on, it says, and much study is a weariness of the flesh. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear Yahweh and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Yeah, Allah could come. You're right. It can be overwhelming to the spirit if you're not careful. Sometimes I don't even know what to check out. It's just so much information. I'll be like, damn, do I want to study this today? Do I want to? So I have to make a decision like, you know what? I just got to stick with. Because you might start with something, then it leads, especially if you get on the net. If you're reading your books or whatever, you can just stick with the book. But it's just a wealth of information out here. All right? From Clubhouse. Shalom, sis. So, you know, it is a wealth of knowledge out here. Knowledge is increasing. It's not just biblical and spiritual knowledge from the Most High on all levels in this world. All right? But nothing overshadows the knowledge of the Most High. All right? It says, and much study is a weariness of the flesh. A lot of times you ain't going to remember everything you study. And then right here, Solomon is saying it. Much study is so much information. All right? It says, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear Yahweh and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. So, the making of many books, there's no end. Much study is a weariness of the flesh. So, that's why I went to Sirach 39. Get the deep wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Show it forth, but balance it out. And at the end of the day, though you have all that, know all that, if you have not charity, if you're not keeping the commandments and the true spirit of love for your fellow brother and sister through action, not just word, then what? The Lord said, you're like nothing. So we really going to be judged on keeping these laws, statutes, and commandments. The reason why we need the wisdom, because we got to teach. The wisdom we utilize to teach Israel, and that convinces them to come to the Most High. Because we got to break down the doctrines and the strongholds. That's what that's utilized for. Once you're in this truth and in Yahweh, that's when the work really begins. Now you got to change and keep these laws and be that creature, that new creature in Yahweh that he wants you to be. Verse 14. For the Most High will bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. So get the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Increase in the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding unto edification, not unto doctrine. And keep the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High to the best of your ability. And walk in Yahweh Shai. With that and the Most High's mercy, you shall receive the kingdom of heaven. By Shema Mashiach Yahweh Shai. All right, so yeah, it's late, y'all. Salakia, man. If I would have started earlier, I would have gave y'all the rest of the precepts. Of course, there's tons of precepts on this subject. And I didn't even go into every angle that I wanted to approach. But, again, Daniel's 12:4, many shall go to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. But let the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding increase unto edification, and not increase unto false doctrine, or decrease unto false doctrine. If I do a part 2 to the lesson, maybe I'll name it that. All right. So, any questions or comments on this portion of the lesson? All right. And I know some of y'all told me I spelled the title wrong. I know how to spell the word knowledge. I was rushing. I think I didn't have my glasses on. I was just trying to start the live. I had a long day, y'all. Bear with me. Because some of y'all was trying to mock me. Spell check. I apologize. I'll fix the title. Can y'all forgive me? No, they was up here trying to make mockery of me. You don't know how to spell. Oh, but Israel is a trip, man. These scoffers are a trip. Or maybe it was a heathen. It might have been a heathen. Y'all a trip, man. These people are a trip. But don't worry, y'all. I don't let the scoffers really get to me. They can say the worst stuff, and I don't let it get to me. But I could use some mods. It's getting out of hand now. I could use some mods. So any questions or comments? I'm gonna get like 3 new moon scriptures and then close it out. It's late. You know, it's my block is quiet. My loud voice carries. So, you know, I'm in my home, but you know. The water, Sister Rose. Yeah, the scoffers come. The scoffers will come. And believe you me, I was tempted to because I mess around and answer every comment. Just to be petty like them, but we got bigger fish to fry. Sister Rose, I go live randomly, but most of the time I go live on feast days. Even if we're gathering or I'm doing it from home, I go live on YouTube. So if you got the calendar, most I will, but 90% of the time, definitely you'll catch me live on any feast day. And if you got the calendar for 2025, 2026 will be out soon. And then I go live randomly. I don't have a set schedule because of my schedule. My schedule is all over the place, so I go live when I can. Between, you know, family, business, the camp, councils, meetings, other classes and lessons, I get on my live. I first joined your live in my first Feast of Tabernacles. When was that, sister? But I will, if I can get a set schedule to go live, at least even if it's one definite day and time a week, I will definitely announce it. I'll let y'all know. But honestly, I go live through the spirit and when time permits. Okay, earlier this month. Okay, Karen. All praises, sis. So we're going to get a few new moon scriptures. Let's get Numbers 28 and 11. Start with the law. Aria, you follow a bunch of churches. Okay, that's cool. What city are you in? Just don't follow no bug out churches and, you know, discern from what you're listening to and being taught. Numbers 28 and 11. It says, and in the beginning of your months, ye shall offer burnt offering unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot. So, oh, you're in Mexico. Okay, you got a base you learned with for 10 years. So, okay, that's good. Stick with that base and that foundation. It's okay to listen to other brothers as long as they're not bugged out, but stick with your foundation. So Numbers 28:11 again. And in the beginnings of your months, ye shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot. All right, so every feast day, we were to burn a certain amount of offerings to the Most High when we had the sacrificial offering. Now, Romans 12 and 1, our bodies are the living sacrifices. So when we come together and do the feast, whether it's in person or by way of technology, we're able to gather together now. What do? We're offering our bodies as a sacrifice in replace of the animal sacrifice. All right, so this is still a reasonable service. All right, in any capacity that you could do the feast day, you're offering your body as that living sacrifice. All right, so in the law, Numbers 28 and 11, it said the beginning of your months. What is the beginning of our months? The new moon. Again, I had a debate with a brother one time about You camps teach that we keep the new moon. The new moon is not in the law. I said, brother, you don't know the Bible. And I didn't say that to be proud and negative because I don't come at brothers like that. But the reason why I said that, because I said you don't know the scripture in the law that speaks about the beginning of our months, which is the new moon. Just because it's not in Leviticus 23, just because it's not Leviticus 23 doesn't mean it's still not in the law. It's in Numbers. The law is considered the first 5 books. Oh, SoCal Rocks is by Edomite kissed your boots, good for you. SoCal Rocks, what was you saying about the Lashawan Quadash earlier? All right, so from there we're gonna go to 2 Chronicles 2 and 4. Just a few scriptures on the new moon. Put these in your arsenal. Just a few of the basic scriptures on the new moon. Matter of fact, 1 Chronicles 23 and 31 first. 1 Chronicles 23 and 31. All right. 1 Chronicles 23:31. And to offer all burnt sacrifices unto the Lord in the Sabbaths and in the new moons and on the set feasts by number, according to the order commanded unto them continually before Yahweh. All right, so we are to offer burnt offerings and sacrifices unto the Lord in the new moons and in the set feasts by number. But what? Again, we are the living sacrifices. So back here during the time of Solomon, he was setting up the temple and the Levites and to set up how the services was going to go in the temple. But again, now we are the living sacrifice. So we're presenting ourselves as that living sacrifice on the feast days and the new moons. All right. And that they should keep the charge of the tabernacle of the congregation and the charge of the holy place and the charge of the sons of Aaron, their brethren, in the service of the house of the Most High. All right. So like we have the Feast of Tabernacles, and we read that on the Feast of Tabernacles, how Solomon, he did an offering. He did a dedication for the temple, and he kept the Feast of Tabernacles when he built the temple. All right, so when you understand, Solomon did the law. When he set up the temple, he set up the laws. And he put the new moons and the Sabbaths and the feast days, he put everything in order, and he set the sacrifices back up. So he went back to the law. Everything Karen, AB 22, yes, this is Bible study. All praises, child of Yahuwah. You did the best you could. The Most High said he winks in your ignorance. You did the best you could, sis. All right. Can you expand on the Kazurim after you answer my question about Lashawan Quadash? All right. So reading on. So that was 1 Chronicles 23, 31, and 32. Now we're going to get 2 Chronicles 2 and 4. 2 Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 4. And it reads thus and so. This is Solomon again. Solomon said, behold, I build an house to the name of Yahweh my power, to dedicate it to him and to burn before him sweet incense, and for the continued showbread, and for the burnt offerings, morning and evening, on the Sabbaths and on the new moons, and on a solemn feast of Yahweh our power. This is an ordinance forever to Israel. So again, Solomon reiterated. See, the Bible does that. The Bible speaks, and it'll say similar things over and over again in different accounts. Because why? The Most High wanted, first of all, the Most High want to put it in our head. Right? Right? So, no. It don't work like that. I'm running the show up here. But anyway, let me get through my lesson. So again, Solomon was setting up everything according to the law, right? So he was burning the offerings for, according to the law that he knew and understood from the book of Numbers. So everything that our forefathers focused on, whether it was Solomon, the Maccabees, when we came out of Babylon, it was all about getting back to the law. Either rebuilding the temple or getting back as close to the law as we could, even if we had to make makeshift altars throughout the cities. See that? Even if we had to make makeshift, everything was always about getting back to the law. So what do we read in in Ecclesiastes 12? Fear the Most High and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. All right, let's go on from there. Let's go to Amos 8. We're going to go to Amos chapter 8. We're going to go to Amos 8 and 5. Check this out with Israel, man. Israel was something else. Israel was something else. Amos 8 and 5. I'm going to start at 4. It said, hear this, O ye that swallow up the needy, even to make the poor of the land to fail, saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, and the Sabbath that we may set forth wheat? So you had some of the merchant Israelites that was wicked as hell. They knew the 6 days you can do your business. You can sell your merchandise, whatever. But on a Sabbath and on the new moons, there was no business, no buying and selling. So they were more concerned about making their money than keeping the Lord's new moon. And a lot of y'all do that today. We gather for the new moon. We set everything up. We rent out a place. Or if you got a school or a church, you set everything up. I got to go to work, man. I ain't going to be able to make it. Knowing you could have put in for that day off, knowing your finances is okay, knowing that you could make that time up, you could switch with somebody else to make that day up if you just can't miss that pay. So what, you're more worried about your money and your job than keeping the laws of the Most High. Now, I'm not saying don't get simple. There's the balance part. You couldn't get the day off. It's rough. You need the money. Sometime like now, we just came out of tabernacles and, you know, you might have spent a lot of money for tabernacles. You like, man, I need to make some of that money back. So I need these days. Or you might not take the new moon off, but you still sacrifice and go and still get up and go to work. So we know, we understand, we're merciful. You know, if you can get off from your job, get off from your job. But sometimes Israel, they don't need to go into work that day. They can get the day off. They just greedy for that money. They don't want to miss that day of work. Right? We understand that. We know some can't say no to the master. We know that. But guess what? We got letters and documents you can give to your job where they can give you the day off. Sometimes with pay. Or you can make the day up. All right, so we do. I've given many Sabbath and feast day letters to brothers and sisters, and it helped them. It helped them. All right, so you know what I'm saying? So you're booked. When you say booked, what you mean, sis? All right. So sometime, Israel does that. All right, yeah, it's a wonderful day of rest and prayer. And for us, it's a wonderful day of teaching the gospel. We have Shabbat classes. We go out to the street and teach. Yeah, booked with the Most High, Khan. So reading on in verse 8. And the Sabbath that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small and the shekel great, and falsifying the balances by deceit. So check this out. They wanted the new moon to be over so they can rob the people. So they can give you less amount and charge you more money. What does that sound like? Doesn't that sound like the day and age we did? Everything is downsizing, but it's more expensive. A bag of potato chips is like this big, and they're 50 cents. I remember, a bag of potato chips, 25-cent bag was like this big. Y'all probably can't see from the screen, but I'm just showing you. A bag of potato chips is like this now for 50 cents. I'm old school. I still go in the corner store and grab a bag of chips. I'm like, damn, you open a chip, you eat like 4 chips and the bag is gone. I remember as a child, you get a nice sized bag, a 25-cent bag. You got about 50 or 100 chips in there. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm old school. I'm from New York, damn it. We got corner bodegas everywhere. You go in the store, you grab a sandwich or something, you get some chips, whatever, New York is an on-the-move type city. We grab food as we can, whatever. But, try to eat as healthy and at home as much as I can. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. There's a bunch of air. I'm going to eat a nice bag of chips with my sandwich. You got to get like them 4 bags of chips to equal up to eat with your sandwich. Now you're paying $2 for the 25-cent bag of chips. And you want to learn, then listen. AB 22, you want to learn, then listen. And also there's information in the description box. We got an email where you can email and get more information. All right. You in Toronto? Okay, Charlie Yahuwah, make sure you email me because I got a few other brothers and sisters in Toronto. I've been trying to get up there, but I don't know. We had quite a few brothers and sisters in Toronto, but they disappear. There was a whole group up there at one time. They wanted us to come and teach, but, they ended up disappearing. Yeah, $1 used to get more than one thing from the store. AB 22, you in Philly? What are you a brother or sister? Yeah, just Charlie Yahuwah, so I can have a way to get in touch with you. You're a brother in Philly. If you want to learn more, keep listening. Email houseofisraelnyc@gmail.com. It's in the description box. All right. Yeah, the 75-cent bag. I remember Old Dutch. Y'all had Old Dutch in Toronto? But anyway, they were falsifying the balances by deceit. That's wicked on the Lord's new moon, and we can't have that spirit today. You can't go and say, well, I'm just going to go to work that makes this extra money. The Most High can give you that money back, then some. Yeah. They doing that with seasoning too. I bought a bottle of fabric softener. And the whole top part wasn't there. And I said, wait a minute, did somebody open this? The lady told me, no, that's how they're selling it now. They're literally giving you product now, and it's half empty. And it's sealed. The fabric softener was sealed. I don't want to say a half, maybe about a third of it was already empty. AB 22, be serious, AB 22. Be serious, though. Or AB 22. Yeah. All right, Jay. Y'all got me talking about chips and... All right, let's finish out the new moon scriptures. So that was Amos 4 and 5. So Amos is saying, listen, don't keep the feast days with any kind of wicked spirit on you. So back then, the merchants were robbed. They wanted the new moon to be over so they can make money and profit and rob the people. We can't have that spirit, y'all. The new moons and Sabbaths can't be a burden to us. And we can't want them to hurry up and be over so we can get back to our pleasure. Because the new moons and Sabbaths are, feast days and they're days of worship. And they're holy. And the new moon is a Shabbat also. All right, so let's go to Judith 8 and 6 in the Apocrypha. Just Judith, and then we're going to go to the New Testament. And that'll be it. Judith 8 and 6. And she fasted all the days of her widowhood, save the eves of the Sabbaths, and the eves of the new moons, and the feasts and solemn days of the house of Yasha'Allah. All right, so Judith, which was our Simeonite sister that delivered us during a time where Israel was being attacked, and the Most High used her and used her beauty to seduce Holofernes, one of the generals of the army that was coming to attack Israel, and she cut his head off. She went into the tent. He thought he was going to get him some, and she cut his head off. All right, and she delivered Israel at that time for that temporary moment. All right, the heathen eventually did come in and invade and destroy us and take us into captivity. But when her husband died, she was a widow, and she was heavily into fasting during her period of mourning. And she fasted on the Sabbaths, every day except for the Sabbaths and the eves of the Sabbaths, and the new moons and the eves of the new moons, and all the feast days. So on average, like I always bring out, for I think it was about 3.5 year period, Judah fasted 3 to 5 times, 3 to 5 days out of the week, on average. That was a lot of fasting. So she was heavy in the spirit. That's why the Most High used her to do such a mighty act and deed to deliver Israel. Sometimes the deeper you are in the spirit, the Most High use you more, or he use you on a higher level. It just is what it is. All right, so the more deeper you are in wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, the Most High can use you to edify the nation. But let it be wisdom, knowledge, and understanding unto edification, not unto false doctrine. All right, let's go from there to Luke 21. Luke 21 and 25. It says, and there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. All right, so men's hearts are failing them for fear. Did y'all hear about what happened in Philly? That sister, I think her name was Nada Scott or something like that. And the sister was missing for 2 weeks, and they found her bones behind some building in a dumpster or something like that. I got to read the story again. Did y'all hear about that? 23-year-old sister. So y'all got to be careful out here, man. Stuff like this is putting people's heart in fear. Yeah, 23-year-old sister in Philadelphia. Yeah, AB 22. Yeah, it was in Philly, so I know it's all over the news. So y'all sisters got to be careful out here. Brothers, protect our women. You sisters, the scriptures tell you in Isaiah 32 and 9, rise up ye women that are at ease. Don't be going out here. Don't be wandering in these streets, man. They got another movie about another sister that got kidnapped in Philly, but she was found. It's a Lifetime movie about it. But yeah, man, don't be walking. You know, they doing organ harvesting. They doing sex trafficking. You know what I'm saying? They committing genocide. I think they said 8 to 12 women was found in the river in Houston. I don't know if she was found in the walls of a white man house. I'm not sure. I got to read all the details about the sister. But I think her name was Nada Scott. If y'all know the name, put it in the chat. She was 23, missing, you know, young, pretty sister. She was missing for like 2 weeks, you know. Be careful, man. You Israelite men, protect your women, protect your wives, protect your daughters to the best of your ability. You know, you can't be with anybody 24 hours a day, you know, 7 days a week, but do the best you can, brothers. Make them tell you where they going. Yo, where you going to be at? Give me a number, a location, something. And you women stop being proud. I don't mean, you know, you sisters per se, but women, oh, I'm going. Sometimes you want to be discreet. You don't want people in your business, but you got to be careful out here. Especially younger women, man, and older women. Women are considered a soft target. I don't give a damn how tough you think you are. The right dude roll up on you, or depending on how you look at it, the wrong dude. Some of these women be thinking they tough like men. No. A white supremacist, damn redneck, damn Brock Lesnar looking eater might roll up on you. You food. You're packing. You can get caught slipping with a gun on you. That don't mean a damn thing. You can be packing and a damn sex trafficker could roll up on you from behind. Put some fumes, some chloroform or something, or whatever they call it. Put it on a piece of cloth. Put it right over your nose. You and the gun falling. The gun might fall off of your waist when it falls. So you got to be careful. They putting stuff on people's cars now. You touch the car, you pass out. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff out here. Yes, I think one Virginia city, they said is like 1,000 young black males and women missing, and nobody, the media, nobody's talking about it. They said it's thousands missing from D.C. Yeah, they brought the National Guard out there. Know your precious, ladies. Look after yourself like a queen. Security. Oh, yeah. Elisa Perry, a dude blocked me in the driveway. Yeah. And sisters, they got these brothers helping them to traffic y'all and to kidnap y'all. Like I said, not y'all, but I mean, you know, sisters in general. Yeah, truck drivers, all that. You got to be careful out here. You women really, and I'm going to say this not harshly, but I'm going to say it with, you shouldn't have your ass out the house after a certain hour by yourself. Unless you coming from work, a family member, whatever, and you got somebody with you, you got a man, you safe. You ain't even really safe in these Ubers and stuff a lot of time. You ain't even safe driving by yourself sometime. Be circumspect, sisters, and take your ass in the house if you ain't got no kind of important emergency family business outside the house, or you just work a certain shift and it is what it is. Don't be out here just gadding abroad. All right? Because women, y'all seen as soft targets, and they already feel like nobody gives a damn about black women. They have sisters saying, oh, not even our men care about us. So who's going to care? So be careful out here. All right, so reading on. Verse 27, and then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. It said men's hearts failing them for fear. Men is masculine, but that applies to women too. I know certain women that got a conscience is looking at the story with that sister Kata Scott. and saying, yo, I don't want to get caught out there like that. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. You need to be in fear. You need to be in fear. So that's all. Even you sisters in the truth. Don't be going out the house like that in all types of night, whatever, by yourself, unless you have no choice. And be careful. Have a little something on you. Have your phone ready. Let somebody know where you're going. Let your children know where you're going. You see something suspicious, get on the phone with one of your sons. And hell, if your son is old enough, he should be with you. All right? 2 is better than 1. It tells you that in Ecclesiastes. You know? Well, my son is young, but at least you got somebody with you. You got a better chance of getting out of that situation. You can yell and scream while that person try to fight the person off, try to run and get help, whatever. But you by yourself, you're a soft target. I know more women are carrying now and things of that nature, but I'm going to tell you, in certain scenarios, that means nothing. You can get caught right out there with your gun on you, with your weapon on you. So be careful. I saw that, man. I was like, damn. You know, the Most High got a reason for all his judgments, but, you know, that sister got caught out there, and now they found her dead in a shallow grave. Somebody just took her and killed her. Yeah, dogs is all right, whatever it takes, you know. And of course, above and beyond, stay prayed up and stay doing the right thing in these laws, so the Most High don't remove the angels from around you and let you get judged. All right, stay in these laws, stay in these laws and this work. That's your protection. Also, that's your ultimate protection. Yeah. Glitter, yeah. The kidnappers don't like glitter because, you know, they can see you. So just be circumspect, yeah. But the scriptures say, as bad as we see the earth getting, that's a sign that Yahweh Shah is on his way. That's what it's talking about. It said there shall be signs in the sun, moon, and stars, and upon the earth distress of nations. And we're going to see that too. You see this, the No King protests. All these cities in an uproar. More professional people, they getting in trouble because they mocking Charlie Kirk. Some Hispanic school teacher, she was doing like this at a rally, and now she's in trouble. The whole school district is under hot water. So we living in, and I can go on and on. There's a whole nother lesson to talk about the current events. You know, celebrities dropping dead, people dropping dead, left and right, in the truth, out of the truth, Esau, other nations. Right? So from there, let's go to Colossians and close out. Man, this was a long lesson. I still ain't get a chance to get to all the precepts. Colossians, y'all know the normal ones we bring out to close out the new moons. Colossians 2:16 and 17. Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of an holy day, or of the new moon, or of the Sabbath days. So, nor of the Sabbath days. So, again, we have a debate about lunar Sabbath, regular Shabbat, dark new moon versus full new moon, crescent new moon versus dark moon, crescent new moon versus full moon. It all kinds of different. Paul said, don't let no man judge you. If you're doing it according to your research, to the best of your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, then that's that. It said, which are a shadow of things to come, but the body is of Yahweh Shai HaMashiach. All right. So it's a shadow. It's a rehearsal. We're not going to have it perfectly in this kingdom and in this society. But long as you're doing it in sincerity. That's what we read in Sirach 5 and 12. Let your life be sincere. Colossians tells us, whatsoever thou do it with all your heart. I'm paraphrasing. Give it to your best ability. That's what the Most High, that's what the Most High wants us to do. All right. He wants us to give our best effort. Because look, at the end of the day, we read it earlier. You know in part, you prophesy in part. So was Paul lying? So if you fall short of anything and you didn't do it purposely, you went by the best wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that you had at the time that the Most High showed you, then mercy will be bestowed upon you when Yahweh come. All right, so we have the knowledge that the Most High want to give to us at this time. You know, if you could study, you could read till your eyes bleed. If the Most High not going to show you something, He's not going to show it to you. And that's another thing. Sometimes brothers study to the level of they start seeing stuff that's not there. Or you try to go so deep into something and you lose yourself. I be like, what the hell is this brother talking about? Nah, I went deep into it in spirit. No, you dived deep into it and found something that's not there, brother or sister. You women be going into doctrines too. You know what I'm saying? Especially that polygyny, man. If y'all don't stop talking about damn polygyny, y'all act like that's the only damn thing that is vital. And that's going to happen whether you like it, understand it, accept it, believe it or not. That's going to become a necessity in these last days. Ain't nobody even tripping off no polygyny. That's going to be there. Whether you like it or not. It's going to become a necessary part of these last days. So don't get so caught up in that. Every other poet, man, having another wife. That's disgusting. So I guess our nation being born was disgusting because Jacob had 4 women. So that was disgusting. So the creation of us as a people was disgusting. There's diseases out here. We know there's diseases out here. I would hope that when you meet somebody, you court, you talk, and you get that situated. And I don't know. That's between y'all. You go, hey, I'm going to go to the checkup with you or show me the documents or whatever. I don't know. All right? I don't know, but it just, you come up with excuses. But y'all want to make it such a topic of discussion. Even like H.O.I, you don't see us tripping off no polygyny every minute. If it do come up, we answer the question. We might do a little lesson here and there. If we're talking about marriage or whatever the case may be, yeah, it's lawful, but, da-da-da-da, this is how you should deal with it or whatever. It's not required. It's not a law that you have to do it, but it's going to become necessary in these last days. And that's not the biggest thing. We want the kingdom. I don't give a damn if the Most High going to give me, well, not to say I don't give a damn with the Most High, but I'm saying if the Most High decide to give us 1,000,000 wives, we want to get the hell out of Babylon first and foremost. Whether it's now or in the kingdom. Okay, before you leave Babylon, it's going to get crazy. It's going to get bad. whatever, y'all gonna have to shack up. You gonna end up having 50 wives before Yahweh come. Okay, so be it. But I'm more concerned with getting the hell out of here. But if the subject comes up and we need to do lessons on it, we're gonna say what the scriptures say. The color purple is royalty, but that's just the garments I decided to put on tonight. For that, I said, hey, my purple shirt is clean. That's what I'm gonna wear for the lesson. And my armbands and stuff, whatever. This is our ancient garb. We just put it on to, tap into the spirit of who we are as a people. Clothes don't make you or can't save you, but they carry a vibration. I don't know how I'm looking after them 50. The most I'm gonna give me, he gonna give me away too. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking. I was saying in the gate, so like I didn't mean to say I don't give a damn if the Most, I don't want to put those two together. But I say if the Most High want to give me 1,000,000 wives in the kingdom, let me just get the hell out of here to get there. If he want to give me 50 in these last days, let's get to these last days so we can know them chariots is a minute away. Yeah, just email me for garments. All right. So that's it, y'all. All right. There's a shadow of things to come, but the body is of Yahweh. I stopped going to church 20 years ago. It was all money all the time. Yeah. Y'all just seen that video with the whinings? The whining, that was so disgusting, man. That brother need to be whipped with a cat o' nine tails. The sister brought up $1,200, but it was supposed to be $2,000. And he made the sister feel bad. Instead of him saying, sis, you made a mistake. Nigga, be happy somebody giving you $1,200 of their hard-earned money to you teaching lies in a damn church. If I ever get a chance to get at that nigga, I'm a G-check his ass. That was evil what he did to that sister. That wasn't, yeah, it was $1,235, and that wasn't enough, you greedy, selfish nigga. And then you had to make the sister, you could have pulled her to the side and said that to her. Yeah, Marvin Winans. Yeah, that nigga gonna be whining all right. Evil ass niggas, man. Evil, greedy dogs, like the scriptures call them in Isaiah 56. More signs of the time. See, this nigga, he ain't learned his lesson from the bling bling pastor. Remember the bling bling pastor in Brooklyn? They had him rob, a woman tried to attack him. Then he went to jail for embezzling money from the congregation. And he was just running scams on people. It ain't even like where he was getting the donations and just taking them. Most churches, they don't even care if the pastor do that, as long as the church is still there. The pastor driving a Bentley, got a mansion, they don't care. They just want to keep coming to that church every Sunday. But this dude, he was running scams on his congregants, investments and stuff, and he was just taking their money and running false scams and stuff on them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hell, they don't even support the truth like that. I don't know nobody in Israel giving $1,200 as a donation or a tithe or $2,000. And if we did that, if we was to do that, man, you let me go in front of Israel now and talk about I need $2,000 from every brother and sister. You know how many videos will be made about me? Hell, even when people come to me and ask me for help, and I say, well, I don't have it, or we don't have it in the kitty, but I'll do a fundraiser for you. Some people support and they help out, it's cool, and we get the money together to help out that person Most of the time. Sometimes we fall short and we like, this is all we could raise, Salakia. But then you got Israel that'll talk about you. Oh, you begging. You an elder, this and that. And I'm literally trying to help somebody. I don't have to do it. I could tell you, yo, I could tell some of these people, look, you got to ask now. Sometimes they're not even people from H.O.I. Or I tell them, listen, I can't help you, and I got people in my own body that need help. I'm sorry. But if brothers and sisters in the body okay, ain't nobody really hard up asking for nothing. Everybody always needs something, but they may wait till the Most High bless them or whatever. All right, brother, sister, you an Israelite, you say you in need. I vet them, I question them. You know, they got to prove certain things to me that they really need help. You know, I don't care. And people talk about you. Oh, you begging the nation. And that's trying to literally help somebody. Somebody about to be homeless. They children don't have food. Elderly sisters with no heat in the winter. And I'm trying to show compassion. Like, hey, sister, let's see what we can raise for you. Hey, bro, you know, man, we don't want your car to get towed. We don't want your car to be on the side of the road. Whatever. So I'm just saying what Marvin went. Imagine. I wouldn't do that anyway. We don't even have, we don't even aggressively, go after donations like that. You want to donate. We put it in the description box. It is what it is. But imagine Elder Zabot asking the people for $2,000. Man, I'll be everything but the child of God. But anyway, Salakia, no folly, y'all. This world is getting wicked, man. This world is getting wicked, man. You know, they're greedy dogs. The book of Isaiah literally calls them greedy dogs. And the scriptures tell you about not teaching for filthy lucre. Don't get simple. You need money in this world. It takes money to do things. But there's a balance. All right? Somebody want to donate? Okay, fine. Yeah. Don't be a fool. That's a blessing from the Lord. The Lord put the spirit on that person to want to do that. But don't let that be, don't be a Marvin Wayans. All right, Israel. So that's it. Knowledge shall be increased, but don't let it. Oh, Salakia. Knowledge shall be increased, but let it increase unto edification and not decrease unto false doctrine. By Shema Mashiach Yahushai. And that was the first part of the lesson. And the second part of the lesson was Happy New Brew Moon 8th month. By Shema Mashiach Yahushai. All right. So I just wanted to bring that out, Israel. I just see certain things in Israel and the spirit moves me to speak on them. And that, like I said, I've seen about 3-4 things today where people are talking. One brother said we was taught wrong, but the brother, he broke it down and explained what he was talking about. Another brother said a lot of y'all try to bring out what's been taught wrong, but y'all don't do proper research to determine what's still right in the understanding and what's been taught wrong. That was an excellent point. Another brother, he just keep trying to force brothers, I'm going to use force for the lack of a better word, trying to convince brothers that Japhet is the white man and brothers see that Esau is the so-called white man. He keeps trying to convince the brothers and saying the brothers are proud and got an agenda because they don't want to see that Japhet is the white man. So you learn from camps, but now you got this new revelation that Esau is not the white man. Japhet is the white man. But brothers don't see it, brother. Just leave it alone. Increase in knowledge, but not unto false doctrine. By Shema Mashiach Yahushai. Everybody understand? Con 777? All right. And happy new brew moon 8th month. Any questions or comments? Who ruling now is the so-called white man, Esau. Kilumi. The GOCC is the best, by the way. The GOCC is the best what, by the way? What is the GOCC the best of? No, I'm not Somalian. I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Judah. Kind of like that. Con 777 3 times. Or Con 7 3 times, which is 777. The horn is the shofar. It's the shofar. Read Numbers the 10th chapter. Numbers the 10th chapter. That's your homework on the shofar or the horn. It was used to blow, to sound different, to make different sounds, to warn Israel, to make announcements, to declare war, to declare the feast days and the new moons. The trumpet was blown to get Israel's attention for different type of announcements. Read that in Numbers, the 10th chapter. That's your homework. Yeah, there was a debate came up about that on the Feast of Trumpets because my sister, well, I call her my sister. She's a sister in the faith. She sent me a video of her blowing her shofar. And is no law against the woman blowing a shofar. When you do read about it, it was the men, but there's no law saying the woman can't blow it. So before anybody gets simple, oh, the elder putting the woman in men's position, no. The sister just blew her shofar for the Feast of Trumpets, and that was it. I don't see no law that says the woman can't blow it, even though when you read about it, it was mainly made for Aaron and his sons and the priests and those leaders of Israel to blow you the trumpet. So it's primarily for the men, but I don't see a scripture that say the women cannot blow it. If I'm wrong, may the Most High have mercy. Israel, don't crucify me. Let's not be male chauvinists here. I'm not putting a woman over a man or a woman in a man's position. The sister made a video of her blowing a trumpet, and I just shared it. Is what for everyone? No, this is not for everyone. This is for the Black, Latino, Native American, and Seminole Indian of Indian and Negro descent that make up the 12 lost tribes of Israel. All right. So that's it, y'all. We're gonna do a quick closing prayer. Let me get my incense burning again. Stay with me. I'm gonna do a quick closing prayer with y'all. You Boricua, then you all right. All right. So we're gonna do a quick closing prayer. Salakia, y'all. Give me a minute to get my incense going again. Salakia. I did not mean to be on this long. It's all through the Spirit. All right, Israel. Imagine upon your Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem or the east in your home. If you have any ailments or anything where you can't stand up, happen to be in a wheelchair, you can stay seated. Just lift up your hands in submission to the Most High. Um, but face the east or towards Jerusalem, wherever you're at in your home. If you want to bow down on your knees and lift up your hands, whatever way you feel comfortable praying, just make sure you open your hands in submission to the Most High. Hallelujah. The Lord's Prayer and the blessing of the new moon. Lord's Prayer, ancient Paleo Hebrew, Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Shaya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwafka, Taba'a, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Haya, Bashamayim, Nathalanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalaknawa, Kabawafinawa, Kasalaknawa, Kabawafinawa, Wala'a, Tabiainawa, Banasaya 1, Abo, Habashainawa, Man, Ra, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwaf, Wa Allah, Wa Taparaf, Lai Walamyum, Amen. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Our Father Yahweh, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power and the glory forever. By Hashem Mashiach Yahushua, the Wada Aman. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Blessing of the new moon. Yahweh, Bahashem, Hamashiach, Yahweh Shai, Babu Kusha, Barak, Nawa, Kadash, Yirak, Wa, Kag, Kadash, Yirak, Babu Kusha, Barak, Nawa, Shabaf, Wa, Rum, Yawam, Babu Kusha, Barak, Kol, Kagyam, Maya Sha'ala, Babu Kusha, Bahashem, Hamashiach, Yahweh Shai, Tawada, Damyad, Iwalam, Amen. Blessed O Most High Yahweh, by Hashem Mashiach Yahushua, please bless our new moon, our Sabbath, our exalted day, forever and ever, Most High, by Hashem Mashiach Yahushua, the water of Yada Aman. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Kwam Yashala. Shema Yasharallah Yahweh Alahayanawa Yahweh Achad. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh power, Yahweh is one. Deuteronomy 6 verse 4, Credo of Israel. Hallelujah. By Hashem Mashiach Yahushua, the Wada Aman. Amen. All right, Israel, so Ashar Kadash Yirak, Ashar Kadash, happy new BREW moon. 8th month is October, so Ak means 8, so we're around the proper time and month of the season. Well, you face the east or towards Jerusalem, which, is east because we're in the Western Hemisphere. All right. So real quick, listen, Israel. Some of y'all may or may not know, we had a death in H.O.I. Our brother Shemaiah Banyamyan. Some of y'all might have seen us, post. We've been posting a lot on social media in the last couple of days. So we ask y'all to keep us in prayer. We ask y'all for encouraging words and keep us in prayer. We will be laying him to rest within another week or so. So we ask for prayer for the house of Israel and the nation of Israel at this time. A lot of death amongst us, in the truth, out of the truth. From people I grew up with, celebrities I know, celebrities I don't know, people in the truth, people is hitting home, people, close. Just was teaching with a brother a couple of months ago. They're gone now. So Other congregations, you know, so keep us in prayer and encouraging words. That's really all we need. You know, no GoFundMe's or nothing like that. The brother had insurance. Um, you know, the brother's expenses are paid for. If you want to give a love offering, we will be giving something to the family from the body and from Israel to, you know, help his family out, you know, for whatever they need. But if you want to do that, you can contact me, email me, houseofisraelnyc@gmail.com. And the donation links are in the description box. And you can use those for general offerings. Just put a note. If you send an offering or a donation, send a note with your offering donation, what it's for, so it can go to the proper use. But outside of that, if you want to support to give a love offering to the family, that would be greatly appreciated. But above and beyond, we need prayer and encouraging words and encouragement in these last days. If you want to contact H.O.I or to get more information on how to join, upcoming feast days, calendars, class schedule, street teaching schedule, feast days, events, and how to become part of the body. Gold Knox, learn English before trying to speak Hebrew. Later, beggar. All right. Okay. I don't know what that's all about. Just being disrespectful just to be disrespectful. That's why God gonna punch you in the mouth. Nah, no folly. Come on, man. Stop coming up here being disrespectful and reckless for no reason. I don't know you from nowhere, Gold Knox. The Most High will knock out your gold locks. Stop it. Stop being negative and disrespectful for no reason. The Lord will punch you in your mouth. Yeah, the prayer obsessed. The gold locks, he's probably a heathen, probably a white boy or something. But watch your mouth, boy. You're talking to a man of the Lord. The Lord will punch you in your mouth. I don't even have to do it. He'll make somebody else do it. But anyway, no, you disrespectful. You started being disrespectful first. Watch your mouth, son. I serve the God of Israel. He will punch you in your mouth. Watch your gibbers, boy. I ain't got to do nothing. I ain't got to touch you. My God will fight for me and punch you in your mouth, son. Nah, no folly, y'all. Just got to get Brooklyn on the scoffer sometime. That's all right. Gold locks, take your ass to sleep somewhere and get out of here. Talking about somebody's a faker. Your fake ass is on here, so you're the faker. But anyway, back to our regular scheduled program. I'm sorry about that, y'all. But that other side can come out of me with scoffers and people that are disrespectful and be-made dudes. But anyway, back to the fact of the matter. So email at houseofisraelnyc@gmail.com for more information on anything concerning the camp and the body. Look out for these lives. Sometimes I try to post the lives a couple of hours before I go live. So look out for the lives. And keep up with this truth, man. This is the only way in these last days. There's nothing else. All right, there's nothing else. This is the only way in the last days. Stay in this truth. Don't go back in the world. Don't go thinking you're going to make it in this society and sell out and be with the white man and it's going to be all get along and we're going to get on the love train and all people going to be together forever. No. Come back to your people, your power, his son, your people, your law, statutes, and commandments, and doing your works until the Messiah make his second coming. All right. With that, any final questions or comments? I'm out of here. It's after 3 in the morning. Of course, didn't mean to be on here this long. And I'm sorry, y'all. I just have a little fun with these scoffers. So Don't think the elder going off for, why you talking like that? Just don't pay me no never mind, y'all. But sometimes you got to give them the same energy. Mm. All right. And a lot of these people just probably want attention. Mm. I'm going to just ignore him. The hell with him. All right, y'all. No other important questions or comments. So again, keep H.O.I in prayer. Keep H.O.I in prayer. We need it during this time. We're gonna lay our brother to rest soon. And stay strong. But hey, the Most High said all these are the beginning of sorrow. So we gotta strengthen ourselves and be ready for these last days. It'll get worse before it gets better. Y'all see what happened to the brother in Canada? He had a gun pulled out on him while he was teaching the word. And he had to overpower the guy and take the gun from him and rock him. So it's getting real out here, y'all. There's a lot going on. That's a whole nother lesson within itself. Kind. All praises, yeah. I check out y'all emails. All right. With that, Elder Priest Zabak, Brother Zabak, whatever humble title you want to give me. H.O.I to them chariots fly, only screaming if you mean it. All the sincere camps in Yahweh and Yahweh Shai throughout the four corners of the earth. Hey, Shalom, is that Zebulon? Yeah. Prayer for the children that's in the Christian delusion. Yeah. So once again, Shalom, sis. Good to see you. Well, on here. Elder Zabak, Priest Zabak, Brother Zabak, whatever humble title you want to bestow upon me. H.O.I to them chariots fly, only screaming if you mean it. We still got next. Bring it out. H.O.I pull up boys, all the sincere camps in Yahweh and Yahweh Shai, all the brothers and sisters that are sincere in Yahweh and Yahweh Shai throughout the four corners of the earth. Kwam Yasha'Allah, Kwam our brother Shemaiah, Kwam Banyamyan, Kwam Banaf Yasha'Allah, Kwam Ban Yasha'Allah, all the sons and daughters of Israel, and Hallelujah. Kwam Yasha'Allah, Hallelujah, Shalom, Kun, Ashar Kadash Yarak, happy new brew moon, 8th month. Knowledge shall be increased, but unto edification, not to false doctrine. By Shema Mashiach Yahushai. Shalom. Happy new moon, 8th month. Kwame Shalom.